What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We're living like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our own way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive. What's your weakness? What's your type? Somehow I wanna know all about you. Deep connection lights a spark. Like you already know me when we dance in the dark. We're dreamers. We're living like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. We're doing this in our own way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. We come alive. Oh, we come alive. Tell me that you want me. I can see you want me by the look in your eyes. Tell me that you want me. I can see you want me by the look in your eyes. We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive. We come alive.
She was in love with a boy, in love with a girl, so in love with the world, so beautiful. She was in love with the night, the way the sun shines. All she needed was love to have to hold, and nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, and everybody wondered if round. Will she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you wanna laugh, then live it better. If you want love, then stay together. If you wanna smile, then be forever. She was the curious kind. To hate, she was blind. Always love on her mind. Just come on, me. She couldn't quite figure feels so abstract. Yeah, it's complicated. What you say, the way you act. Well, it makes me so confused. I don't know what to do anymore. Can't you just make up your mind? My heart runs.
And here we are back with another week of Royale Masters Week 3 here. I'm Rich Slayton, that's Andrew Guy, and we are both so excited for what has already been a fantastic tournament with a crazy take on the dual mode format, and of course, great action 2 weekends in a row. Andrew, I mean, you and I have really been enjoying this. Last week was Insanity, Ian coming out on top over Jonah, and I do see we have those guys back again this week.
Yeah, of course, CMG all over the place in the competitive scene. Even Lucas had made his way into the playoffs, but he was taken out by Inthrill, who is also back again this weekend. And I'm excited, man. CMG's done some great stuff. We might be able to start our day off with our former champion in Ian. And if you guys aren't familiar with what we're talking about here, we'll talk about the duels format in just a second, but the actual overview format of Royale Masters, this is our final week, man, of our open qualifiers.
Yeah, these open qualifiers have been really, really fun, and of course, they are a 2-day qualifier section. So day 1 is the fully open portion, where we have 4 Swiss brackets. You might be familiar with those from the CRL portions. And then we have 7 rounds in each group of those Swiss brackets, and the top 4 from each of those groups moves on to our day 2, which is 16 players in a brutal single elimination format.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. You go through all 7 rounds the day before. You could be 7-0 going into that Sunday, but you lose 1 set and you are out. They're all played best of 3s, and as we were talking about that dual format, it's a twist here at Royale Masters where every single time you win with a deck, you cannot repeat any of those 8 cards, but if you lose with a deck, you can repeat all 8 of those cards. You can repeat the same deck. You can do, honestly, whatever you want. And what's it all for, man? Well, it's all about that gold at the end of the rainbow.
And of course, we have prize pools for both the open qualifier stage and the playoff stage. This weekend, we have $5,000 on the line with $2,400, $2,400 going to first place, and all the way down to 8th place. People can cash out this weekend. And then on our playoffs, which will be coming up in a few weeks, a $10,000 prize pool with a $5K grand prize for the overall Royale Masters champion.
You and I were kind of gushing over something that we loved in this format, which is the coolest thing about Royale Masters is that it's week 3. We've already crowned 2 champions. They've already gotten the boatload of points, but any one person, anyone out there, we have over 500 people that have joined up for the open qualifier this time around. We're getting all those brackets seated right now, but anyone that takes first place, they can still just go right on through the playoffs, no problem. Don't even need to worry about the LCQ.
Yeah, that's huge, right? A good performance this weekend is going to be enough to put you into the championship, but you did mention the LCQ, that last chance qualifier, which will be coming up fairly soon as well. But first, let's take a look at our current leaderboard, see where those points are standing, and who's on top with that spot for our championship weekend.
And no surprise here, Ian and Legalis, our 2 champions in back-to-back weeks. Ian was the champion of this last weekend, or our reigning weekly champion. Legalis was the first champion out here at Royale Masters, did some work there. You guys might know him from, you know, hanging out with Lapicati and Igor. But CMG is here to stay. Ian and Jonah both there in the top 3. Wero, Bag, Adriel, Inthrill, and Paradox are all also in that mix for the top 8 players that will make it through to playoffs. But as we said, a lot of points to still be given away this weekend, and whoever wins this weekly competition, whoever gets to walk away with that $2,400 will be tied, unless it is Ian or Legalis, for that top 3 spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big question about how those 8 perform and can they squeeze out people who are trying to make a performance this weekend. But of course, these top 8 are not the only ones who move on in this tournament. There is a last chance qualifier, so even if you think you have no chance of making that top 8, push throughout this weekend. Give it your all today, and if you make that top 4 in your group, give it your all tomorrow, because that LCQ opens up a lot of possibilities for that 10K finale weekend.
Yeah, and so talking about our matchups today, you guys are going to see 7 rounds, and the players that work through each round with the best record are usually going to have the best shot at getting into our competition tomorrow, because this is a Swiss bracket. So no one will be eliminated from the competition, but it's all about your own win rate and your opponent's win rate. So that's why getting through the first few rounds being undefeated is really going to help you get on through to that Sunday competition, because you want to be battling those other undefeated players so that your opponent win rate is through the roof. That ultimately is going to be the thing that breaks a lot of ties out there, man.
Yeah, we've seen opponent win rate be both a boon for some people and a crushing disappointment for others. So especially those early round matchups, you pull the wrong card in the early rounds, and that can be a devastating blow to you in the long run. But still, we're going to have 7 rounds here, so that means it's not going to be just undefeated players making it to tomorrow, making it to our Sunday. So, make sure you're pushing the whole way through. And again, that LCQ is a big chance. Of course, we're not back next weekend because next weekend is going to be the LCQ for CRL, so that's going to be a little bit of a different shift. But then, of course, we're back again in the first 2 weekends of November to finalize the LCQ and, of course, that championship portion as well. And Andrew, so far it's been a whole lot of fun. You and I were just laughing the other day, seeing some of the matches, whether it was what Bag was doing, Wizards, Witches, usual Bag type stuff, speculating whether Jonah would pull out the stinky cheese deck he's known for. And then, of course, the Hog EQ master, Ian, really kind of looking like he's reaching that top form, maybe at just the right time in the Clash Royale season.
Yeah, Ian has been playing exceptional lately. Him and Jonah have both really kind of screamed into the competitive scene, making a name for themselves all over the place, whether it be here or I believe there was even a tournament going on earlier today where I saw one of their counterparts in CMG Mark competing. So you got to imagine having someone like Lucas to kind of lead the charge and this incredibly talented group of players to help you practice. We're going to see more and more of them as these competitions go on, and I'm sure we'll see some of them next weekend at the LCQ for CRL. And talking about Bag, while he is a blast to watch, he ended up in 3rd place last weekend, and you wonder if that is some of what we talked about in his inability to adjust to the meta and create the meta on his own. While it is really, really fun to watch, we did find him in moments last weekend where not leaning into what's the strongest right now could maybe handicap you just a hair.
Well, it's one of those things where Bag plays roulette when he plays Clash Royale. And he's one of the best roulette. Look, if you can be good at gambling, Bag's good at gambling. He has the skills to back up those gambles. So the big question is, can those pay off, right? You talk about some of those American players who maybe do take that approach a little bit more outside of the box. But then you look at some of the really dangerous top-tier players. We have the number 1 and number 2 player in the world right now in Mohammad Light and Lucas, both in this competition.
Yeah, Mohammad Light and Lucas are back. Well, what's fascinating is that Mohammad Light hasn't even been able to make it through to Sunday. I believe he took last weekend off, but he was here for the first week and here today, so we'll see how he performs. Lucas, on the other side of it, able to make it through, I believe, the first round of competition on Sunday last weekend, but still not even able to get in that 3rd place match. And I think that kind of speaks to the level of competition here at Royale Masters. You talked about it a good amount, Rich, talking about how this is a great place to practice for that CRL LCQ. Who doesn't want to get a big part of $5,000 or $10,000 when you get talking about those finals? But prepping against the best players in the world is really, really important. Talking about all the things that are coming up as we kind of veer towards the end of the year. And Royale Masters has an insanely stacked group of competition. You talk about Wero, Arden, Toas, Inthrill is in there. Of course, you just mentioned Lucas and Mohammad Light, Bag, Boss, Wallace. The list goes on and on and on, and that's one thing I really love about the competition. I think one reason why the Swiss bracket is really important as well, as we kind of narrow down the 500 plus into the competitors for Sunday, because it feels like the most fair way when you talk about how much the talent is spread throughout these 4 separate groups.
With the size of players that you have, right, the size of the player pool, trying to do a double or triple or whatever type of elimination bracket, straight up bracket is so difficult at that scale. But doing something that's a little bit more, forgiving potentially within your group, there is something to that for sure. And of course, we've seen the Swiss bracket for the CRL portion where you're going through a grueling number of matches and how many times the same players ended up in the top 32 and then, of course, in that weekend championship. So the Swiss bracket does seem like it is probably the right approach to it. But it's one of those ones that, again, we've talked about how it can be unforgiving. And especially in this format where, some of the top CRL pros have been playing in traditional duel mode. I think one of the interesting things about, you mentioned some of the struggles that other players have had, some of our top players have had, is maybe a little bit difference in how you analyze for a dual mode version where if you win game 1, your opponent still has the entire card pool to pick from in game 2.
Yeah, and that I think is what is really fascinating when you talk about those interesting decks that come in games 2 and games 3. You're getting a lot of baitier decks that come out in those second and third games if their opponent has spent the important cards, right? So if Fireball's out of cycle, what's going to show up next? Well, probably Royal Hogs, Flying Machines, Zappies, Mother Witch, all of that. And then when you talk about things that are still available for yourself after you come out in game number 1 and pick up a win, a lot of players we've seen go to a really off-meta in game number 1 so that they leave themselves open for a lot of options moving down the road. So, you know, things that are in the meta that don't use a lot of overlap cards also show up in game 1 a good amount as well. So when we talk about Hog EQ cycle, we talk about Lava Minor Guards. Those are great options earlier on in the sets because those cards don't have a lot of overlap with other things that are currently strong. Whereas when you talk about things like Goblin Cage is everywhere, even Mega Minion everywhere, Mother Witch everywhere, Fireball, Log, all of those cards, you want to make sure that you're not completely hamstrung in game 2 or game 3 because you didn't take advantage of what your opponent cannot play anymore.
Well, speaking of taking advantage, we're taking advantage of a short break here as we have to reset the brackets here for this tournament. So we'll be back in a few minutes once we get these brackets all ironed out with some great action in Clash Royale for Royale Masters.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive. What's your weakness? What's your type? Somehow I wanna know all about you. Deep connection.
And I know that you were waiting. It was all you wanted. You wrote home. You said, please, can Royale Masters come back? And guess what? We did it. We're here. And in case you didn't know, that's my name below. I'm Rich Slayton. Andrew Guy's name is right over there. And we're here for Royale Masters. Sorry for the delay. There was a bug in the seating brackets, but we fixed it. And now we're back. And we're going to be starting our first match here very soon. And Andrew, I don't know about you, but I was feeling lonely. I'm so glad to see you back on screen again.
I know, it's so dark and quiet, and that's the thing about broadcasting from home is when you're not on broadcast, when there's nothing going on, it's just you're back in a silent room with a green screen behind you. And yeah, I'm glad to be back here with you. Glad to see everyone here in the chat. Yes, I will give a shout out to Moyo de Pollo. There you go. Thank you so much for your love and support. I really do appreciate it. I needed it this Saturday morning.
Yeah, Moyo, I know that you didn't say anything about me at any point, but I'm going to shout you out too and say I appreciate your unvocalized support, and it really does make me feel good that you care so much about me as a caster as well. Andrew, we're finally back here. We no longer have one player in 15 different brackets.
Yes.
And we did some big changes here. Our two champions, Ian and Legalis, both get a first round bye, which on one hand does mean they get one win and move on. On the other hand, I guess that's just a wash for their opponent win rate.
Yeah, that's something I was kind of thinking about. It does feel like they're the two most deserved players that shouldn't have to play in round number 1, get to go into round number 2 with the leg up. But yeah, when you talk about opponent win rate, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to shake down, because if it's just kind of a null in, let's say, that spreadsheet out in the universe, then when it does come to those final deciding moments, they will have one less number to give them that average, which means all of their games matter just a little bit more when you talk about your own win rate and opponent win rate.
Yeah, that doesn't mean one really poor opponent win rate or one really good one could weight more heavily for those guys as well. Yeah. But of course, take the win. I don't think either Ian or Legalis were really worried about their round 1 matchup here, but they can kick back, relax, and take some time. Of course, we do have some players who do have to run through that, and of course, Mohammad and Air Surfer both in Group B, so there's a chance we could see those two guys end up head-to-head if they win their way through.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. I mean, it's always fun to see some of the biggest names in the game go up against one another, and also, since we probably won't be seeing either of them at the LCQ, I believe Air Surfer is on through to World Finals. I'm not 100%. Maybe you can confirm or deny that for me. But this would be a great place to see them battle it out first, right? Why not get a little bit of a preview, a little bit of a show, a trailer, if you will, of that great film that'll be happening on at our World Finals. And, talking a little bit about what Ian won with the last time out, Royal Hogs were really a thing that we saw a ton of in Game Stars this week. We saw a lot of it last weekend. Royal Hogs are just everywhere in the meta. Even with Fireball out there, obviously Royal Hogs are usually paired with a lot of other Fireball bait cards. I'm curious to see if we're going to see a lot of that this week, because as we've talked about in many competitions, there does seem to be like a weekend meta that forms. And for me, over the last, I've been casting now for 7 days in a row, it's been nothing but Royal Hogs. And look at that. Air Surfer, top of your screen, Abdala at the bottom here, and ask and ye shall receive. We get to start off with some, a little bit of Jack. We love Jack.
And Air Surfer is qualified for CRL 15th on the leaderboard, so does have a direct ticket to that Clash Royale League World Finals. No worries there. And no, that's not how you want that NATO play to go on that balloon.
No.
Does touch on the left-hand side, although lead currently for Abdala, but not by a lot, 1297 to 1349 as we approach the end of our 3 minutes.
Yeah, no surprise there when you talk about Air Surfer being way up high on that leaderboard. He's an incredible online player, incredible ladder player, and I'm excited to see what he does at our World Finals. On the other side of this conversation with Abdala, this Golem deck has been starting to show up a little bit all over the place, whether it be in Grand Challenges, whether it be on the top ladder, which is a bit of a surprise to me because it felt like Golem had just kind of vanished from the meta, as it looks like Air Surfer will take this tower.
Yeah, as I say, as that tower vanishes on the left-hand side, 2 rough NATO plays on the balloon, going opposite lane, rather same lane, especially when running a Golem deck with E-Dragon.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Tough out there for Abdala, and Air Surfer takes game number 1. I don't really know the reason why this Golem deck, I mean, I guess the big one is the nerf to Night Witch, of course makes Golem Night Witch not as popular, kills Golem Clone to a certain degree, hurts a lot of Golem decks, so we're seeing maybe a shift from Golem players into alternate variants.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things when you look at this deck is what do you take off the board with Fireball? That becomes a really, really difficult question, right? Because everyone is running Fireball. It seems like Electro Dragon has been so incredibly powerful in this meta specifically. You and I talked about it because Lightning isn't around as much as it used to be. But when you talk about Fireball, there's not a good target. The weakest units on the board, I guess, are the Lumberjack and the Mega Minion, but neither of them are going to die to a Fireball. So because Fireball is so strong in the meta right now, maybe that's what it's all about, is your opponent doesn't know when to use that spell, and then there is just so much beefy utility on or in the rest of this deck.
It's certainly a pretty good explanation. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 here. Remember, Air Surfer won game number 1 and a bit of BMing here. Maybe Abdala was BMing early the last one we didn't see. Remember, Air Surfer does not have Fireball, Zap, Minor Loon, Inferno Dragon, so we're seeing him go here with a variant of Logbait. But Air Surfer cannot repeat the 8 cards from that previous game. Abdala could and looks like he might be running it back.
Yeah, Air Surfer, you know, maybe thinking because of the fact that his opponent didn't have any cards wiped off the board, why not just go to a Logbait deck? Maybe he'll get lucky with what an opponent pulls out. But like you said, looks like Abdala is running it back, so Bar Barrel will be there, and of course the NATO. So we'll see how long Air Surfer opts to do safe barrels as opposed to worrying about that King Tower getting activated.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really curious. Rocket Cycle early here on that right-hand side from Air Surfer. I wonder if he protects this princess or just lets her sit, and she's going to get some damage there early. Abdala just choosing to set up, and there you go. The high Electro Dragon to take care of business, but currently Air Surfer in the lead with that first minute 15 passed.
Yeah, and a really, really nice Goblin Gang kite here, which ends up being just a tough trade there with that Electro Dragon. Not only is he down an Elixir now, that Electro Dragon isn't going to be in cycle if Abdala did want to put together a push, so he's probably just going to have to sit back, reset his cycle, because he really wants that Electro Dragon when he does decide to come in and push. We don't know if Air Surfer has Inferno Tower there, but the ability for the E-Dragon to deal with all these baity troops where Air Surfer is going to get his single target DPS, that's really, really important.
Want to see how much Air Surfer keeps an eye on that Tornado, and if he can find an opportunity to go with a barrel in an alternate location if that Tornado gets used. So far, you see Abdala just sitting on it, not using it at all at this stage, and Air Surfer hasn't given him a reason to yet. So the question is, of course, with bait, you want to bait out the spells, and typically we're talking about Log or talking about Barb Barrel, but is there a way for him to bait out this NATO?
Look at that. Just a great spot. Abdala just doesn't even respond to the barrel. I mean, I guess that's what you have to do at this point, right? You've only got 800 HP remaining on that tower. You need to get on offense. You need to set up that golem in the back. And this is kind of his last-ditch effort, and there it is. It is an Inferno Tower.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones where, you know, you look at Logbait Inferno Tower is not super popular these days, but you just had a guy play Golem. You suspect that maybe he's a Golem one-trick. And very, very good choice here for Air Surfer to go right back to it. This NATO play could do a lot of damage, but well defended with the gang on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Air Surfer, he's a guy that takes competition very, very seriously, maybe being able to figure out who his opponent is and just going back and looking at his most recent decks played. I haven't done that research yet, but honestly, with what Air Surfer brought out here in game number 2, it does feel like maybe he had Abdala's number in this set.
Well, you know, it's not a bad call here. You're a pro, you win game number 1, you're up against an unknown player who may or may not have any real competitive experience, and they run a deck like Golem in game number 1, it's not a bad assumption they're going to go back to it again in game 2.
And there it is, Rich. He finally baits out the NATO, but the Electro Dragon is already there. The massive overspend, 8 Elixir comes in. This E-Dragon going to get some decent value getting on both those princesses, but this is just an easy 2 and out for Air Surfer.
Yep. Rocket down, perfectly played by Air Surfer, and you're just talking about levels to this game, and I don't know who Abdala is, but you ended up pulling one of the top 20 best players on the planet, and a guy who's been one of the top 20 best players on the planet for about 4 or 5 years now. So tough first one for Abdala, but a chance to play against a pro like that is always maybe a memory you can hold forever.
It's one of those moments where you're playing, let's say, a Grand Challenge or a Classic Challenge, and you're like, man, everything that possibly could have went wrong for me in that game did. And then you go and you look at their profile, and they have 2 20-win badges, a CRL badge, 100 Grand Challenge 1, and you're like, oh, so it's not that everything went wrong for me, it's just that they're that good. And that's exactly what Air Surfer was there. He completely controlled the game. Like you said, he played the mind game with that Goblin Barrel. It made that Tornado almost a crutch in a bad way for Abdala, because he's like, when do I use this? I need to use it to either pull stuff together or activate King Tower, but I need to always have it available since he hasn't given me that opportunity. And then finally he does at the end of the game, and then Abdala bites because it's like he's been wanting to use that spell for the entire game. Just great stuff from top to bottom from Air Surfer, exactly like you'd expect.
Well, it's one of those things where, like, you talk about levels, right? I'm looking at Abdala's account on Royale API. He's got a 7.3K or 7291 personal best.
Wow.
Like, you're talking about a 7K player, right? But then you go to Air Surfer, you're talking about a guy who's knocked on the door of 9K, right? Air Surfer's personal best is 8785. So you talk about that difference of an 8.7K player and a 7.2, 7.3K player, and we just saw what that is right there. You get put off sorts. Maybe you get nervous. I bet you that Abdala, being a 7K player, probably knew who Air Surfer was.
Oh, sure.
And, man, that's I know I'd be nervous if that was the guy I pulled my first match of this tournament.
Yeah, you and I talked about nerves for so long, being on that live stage, having those big bright lights, being able to hear the commentators, your squad, your team's bench, everything. Everyone's there. The pressure is on. But honestly, just like you're saying, man, it's the same thing when you get to an online competition, even when you're just playing on your phone and you recognize a name on that other tower across from you, and you're like, oh, wow. All right, here we go. I don't want to embarrass myself. I want to be able to talk about this to people, maybe even post a screenshot. The pressure becomes exponentially more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with as well. And I see some different things in the chat. Moyo asking for us to show some love. Well, Moyo, you've gotten some love, but here's some more, because it's kind of a relatively casual moment. Mr. Buffalo Wings asking, why am I wearing sunglasses indoors? I'm completely outside, guys. I don't know if you can see the reflection, but that's the sun that you're seeing reflected there. I'm definitely outside right now, so don't be worried about it. We're all taken care of. Oh, and Neil's saying because he's drippy. That's actually the correct answer there. Of course, I think Andrew's glasses might be a bit better than mine.
They're just a little bit, I need these. I can't see without them. I see Fake Mind Phase saying the best player I've ever played against is against Aslan, so it still is pretty big. Absolutely. Great player out of Turkey, and he is here in this competition for the 3rd week in a row.
And talking about pro players, here we go. Mini Minter running Lava, and we don't see 2.6. I mean, this could be Hoggy Q from Sangam. Who knows?
Well, there you
has
go.
a lot of. It feels 2.6y right now. So you have, again, a top 50, top 30 player in the world in Mini Minter playing Lava Loon up against Sangam, who's running 2.6. Here we go.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, already looking at the way that Sangam is defending this is a very rough defense, man. Miner goes right on top of that Musketeer. Cannon is played up way too high. The moment that he recognized what he was going up against when those guards came down, he should have been ready to set up the double cannon pull to King Tower. And I know that's really easy to say up here and really difficult to put into practice in 1 minute of gameplay, but I think you and I both know exactly how that should have went.
It's so hard to do in single. Right? Yeah, in double, that's one of those things where it's like, hey, we can get there. But getting back around to that second cannon in single, you have to get your cycle in perfect position, and just wasn't able to do it here. So Sangam, hearts Hog. Hog might not heart Sangam as much in this matchup.
Yeah. And Mini Minter, a guy that was our #1 seed going into our first monthly finals at CRL, has been a little bit quiet over the last several months, and I'll be excited to see him this weekend. It's been a while, like I said, since I've been able to call one of his matches, and of course, at CRL, and see what he has brought to the table and what he's been doing over the last few months, where he's been not radio silent. He's definitely still been around, but just not quite as dominant, we'll say, as he was at the beginning of the year.
Well, we did just see the number 15 player on CRL rankings in Air Surfer, and now we're with the number 16 player with Mini Minter. So both of those guys will be seen, of course, in our CRL World Finals come this December. But, of course, a nice little preview here. And, again, this will be a thing we'll talk about a lot in these early rounds here. There's levels to this, and you're seeing it right here.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch, and not because we ever like to watch anyone get dominated. I mean, no one ever likes to see that, and it's honestly a little bit less exciting to cast usually when it's so one-sided. But one thing that is really great to look at in this is just like you're talking about, man, the levels. It is so impressive how these players at this level in Air Surfer and Mini Minter, even in just the first 2 matches that we visited, it is an exponential, a radical difference between levels of skill. And I'm sure that both these guys, like you said, that first one was a 7.3K player. They would dominate us, but looking like, you know, high schoolers playing against NFL players right now in these first 2 sets.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to figure out a little bit more about Mini Minter's opponent there, because I want to give everyone the best shine that they can. Of course, Mini Minter is the match winner. We are wrapping up our first round, and some of you might be saying, hey, why are we seeing such blowouts? Well, because we're showing you top 20 players in the world, and it's up against, we're in the Swiss bracket, which is randomly seeded, and so it's anybody. So Mini Minter could have been put up against Mohammad Light, and could have been put up against a random guy who downloaded Clash Royale 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So there's that's the reality of the early rounds. Of course, as we get deeper into the bracket, which is linked in the chat right now if you're on Twitch, as we get deeper into the bracket, we'll see the quality of these matchups get better and better. And of course, the top 16 will move on tomorrow to our single elimination, and that's where we'll see the true fireworks fly.
And what you mentioned there is really important for players to hold and kind of latch onto as a really special moment. Being able to play against the top players in the world. Eric mentioned this last weekend, you know, first of all, you come here to have fun, right? Everyone wants to win money, but it is fun to play the game. And being able to play against the absolute best, that top 1%, it is lessons that you're not going to pick up anywhere else in the world. Maybe on game 11 or game 10 of a grand challenge, or maybe if you're in that 8K ladder range, but otherwise, you're never going to get the opportunity to play against Air Surfer and learn from someone that's that good at Clash.
So here we have Nicholas against Shadow, and I don't know if this is the Shadow or if this is just another guy named Shadow. My suspicion is the latter rather than the former, but either way, we are seeing 2 different variations of the theme here. It's going to be, looks like it might be Bowler Loon, Freeze in both directions.
Yeah, definitely looking that way, as these cards are pretty much Bowler pretty much always with Loon. Sometimes you'll still see it with Graveyard, but for the most part, this is what you'd expect, and a rough King Tower activation there, and you can see the BM coming out in both directions, and this is pretty much all sewn up already, even with 1:30 remaining in regulation here. A tower already down, a NATO already wasted, and Shadow feeling the hurt.
And I want a big shout out there to Elixir666 for pointing out the thumbprint on my shades. You can't be looking rough like that. So here we go, folks.
Oh yeah.
Now we're all back and clean up. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's choice stuff.
There's something about being a person wearing glasses when glasses are dirty that it just makes you crazy. So I wonder if he's feeling that as well. And look at that, freezes in both directions, as this balloon should get a connection with that E-drag stun right there. Look at that.
There you go. Still in it for Shadow, but in it behind by quite a lot. And of course, you know, you look at this matchup and you really feel like the delivery is a bit of a dead card here for Nicholas. Yes, it helps a bit on the balloon, but it's not your main solution. But still, Shadow's the one behind right now.
Yeah, the delivery is interesting. Maybe just thinking that he wouldn't be able to deal with swarm units very well, so he opts for delivery instead of barrel. It is what it is, and maybe right now he's going to try to find a good moment. Well, that works out when your opponent's Princess Tower is down. You can use it on their side of the map.
So defensive freezes or midfield freezes on both ways, and it works out better for Nicholas, who's going to pile up here. Not going to be enough time for Shadow to do anything meaningful at this stage. So this should be a GG well played, and that should be a first round victory here for Nicholas, and a well-won victory in game number 3.
Looking here at some of the action that's been going on away from this specific group is taking a look at our last week's second place finisher in CMG Jonah. He was taken down by Topic. In Thrill still playing very well, as is Furkan. Both those guys still clean through one round, as is Arden Toas. We have seen him every single week, and hopefully we'll be able to catch one of his matches. Also, Coca RX doing well here for Group C, so a lot of names that you would expect doing exactly as they're supposed to, except for CMG Jonah. It's always tough to start rough in round number 1, but still time to right that train.
Well, if that is the topic I'm thinking about, that actually is a pretty difficult poll to get in that first round. So, you get into a Swiss bracket, you think round number 1, if I'm a top 100 player, I should get a pretty easy matchup. Then you pull a guy like Topic who can definitely ball. So that's a rough one there for Jonah to kick things off.
Yeah, Topic, I believe it's OS Topic. He has Tico, I believe, is another one of his teammates out there in the world. He has a personal best of 8.3K, so yeah, definitely a tough pull there, and he is ranked 281st in the world, according to the CRL leaderboard. So Jonah going to try to bounce back in Group C in round number 2. Looking at Group D here, another OS player in Tico loses to a guy named Mystery. Wero still on top, 2-2-0. Abdu Judo is back once again for the 3rd week in a row and doing what he does, which is winning early on in these brackets. We'll see if he'll be able to make it on through like he did in week 1 once again.
And you have to excuse me here for a minute, folks. Slayton Jr. just woke up from his nap, and he's wandering into my office. I'm going to try to figure out a good plan here for the young fella as we get ready for our next game here. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Hey, man, you do what you need to do. Daddy duty is very important. Looking here at round 1 for Group A and some of the players that came out on top. Ian is obviously there with his bag. Was able to pick up a win with whatever decks he may have used. Actually, let's actually look at that. Let's see what Bag came out with. He had a good 2-0 victory here over a guy named Bruno.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep. You see, I turn my camera off, trying to keep Slayton Jr. off screen here. Hey,
no, it's good. You gotta protect the baby.
Yeah.
And we're about just a couple minutes away from hopping into our next game and some other updates. Hey. Let's check out Group B here. Legalis with his first round bye, doing well. Nicola is back once again, playing well. Got a 2-0 win over a guy named Dry Bones. Legend A, we called his matches a couple weeks ago. Was able to beat super critically in round number 1. And hey, look who's back.
Yeah. I just so you guys know, I don't put Andrew knows. I don't put Slayton Jr. on camera. When he's old enough to decide on his own if he wants to be, on the internet, he can. But while he's 3 years old, I'm going to go ahead and let him live a non-content creator life for as long as I can make that happen.
I know. Someone had a baby the other day, and they already started them a Twitter. Like the baby's literally 2 weeks old, and they have a Twitter. I think it's fascinating. Don't understand it. I went and reserved my son's full name at Gmail, his name at Gmail, and then I lost the password and I can't find it and I can't recover the account because I never connected it to anything. So his name is unavailable to anybody. It's just there in Gmail, and it was such a brutal misstep. You're like, greatest dad move ever. Absolute dad fail. Since we're just in between games right now, that reminds me of me also being an idiot where there was I was Andrew Guy CRL for a long time on Twitch, and then I was like Andrew Guy TV because someone out there had Andrew Guy, and I was so mad at this idiot. He never streamed, didn't know who he was, had no pictures, and then I realized that I had created that account a year before, and I'd forgotten about it. Oh, it's so good. Oh, that's so good. Guys, we're going to be getting to our next round pretty soon. Andrew catfished himself, apparently, which is the greatest thing I've ever heard. For Z44IL, Guy in the chat, first time here, says, how do I join? Well, this open qualifier has already begun. You can't join now, but here's some great advice for you. You can go ahead and follow RoyaleMasters at RoyaleMSTRS on Twitter. You can go ahead and join their Discord, which is in the chat there, Command Discord. I have a feeling they're doing more of these in the future. You can also follow Esports Royale at Esports Royale on Twitter. And you can find information for all sorts of open tournaments in the Clash Royale esports scene that are always popping up all the time. So also follow us. We retweet those a whole bunch. So those are all ways you can get involved in Clash Royale esports. Yeah, and it's really important to know that there is still the last chance qualifier going on in a couple weeks. You guys can join in on that. Yes, you can. It's open like this. It might be a little bit harder to get on through there because there's going to be a lot of people kind of battling for their lives, wanting to get into that massive prize pool at the finals for Royale Masters. And yeah, man, like you said, it's something that I actually talked about this last week during GameStar. It's so cool to see these incredible community events and the massive prize pools, right? We've been casting this for a very long time. When we first started out, it was just tournaments for gems. tournaments for a few $100s here and there, talking about maybe $1,000 in the prize pool. Now we're seeing community events with tens of thousands of dollars, which means everyone gets a little bit of love, and you love to see it. It's making the competition all the way around the world just a little bit better every single time one of these events gets put together.
Yeah. Oh, we have a great matchup in Group B, round 2 generated. Wallace and Legalis.
Yes.
In round 2, if we can pull that one from Group B, it's match number 34. That is going to be insane. That's the match we want to see. Man, again, Andrew, we talk about these Swiss brackets, and you take a look at it and you go, hey, I should definitely be safe for round 1. Jonah pulls topic. Round 2, I'm probably okay. And Legalis and Wallace find each other. Like, that's just one of those ones where, like, the bad luck to get that this early.
And I'm pretty sure Wallace has been in like the top 5 or 6 of his respective group every single one of these weekends. So you know that he is out for blood. He barely missed it last weekend. I'm pretty sure he barely missed it the first weekend. He's been here the whole time. He's been putting out a lot of content online. He's been playing a lot, practicing a lot. And hopefully for him, this could be a great moment to take a big opponent win rate percentage, because regardless of how either of these guys play in this round, moving forward they're probably going to win at least 80% of the rest of their matches or their sets today. So yeah, this is massive when you talk about end of the day implications for seeding tomorrow.
Well, and you look at a guy like Legalis, who didn't qualify even for the LCQ for CRO, ended up 97th on the Clash Royale League leaderboards. Wow. Taking a nice win off of Wallace, who is all the way through to World Finals at 19th. That would be a nice feather in his cap for this moment. We know Legalis has been like just on the outside looking in of that top tier of Clash Royale, and he's one of those guys who we don't talk about a lot, but part of that same group, we've mentioned it before, with Igor, Lapakati, Legalis, and Dreaming Fly, that group of 4 out of Eastern Europe, out of Russia and the Ukraine. Legalis is very, very good. He's another one of those guys who, alongside Adriel and Arden, Toas, who you kind of expect to have potentially a breakout year in 2022.
Yeah, I could not agree more, and what a great place to do it against a guy like Wallace, who has an 8.7, almost 8.8K personal best, 220 win challenges. He's ranked 19th in the world for CRL. I mean, like I said, this is a guy that has been practicing so much. You've seen him in Bren Chong Cup, we've seen him in Queso Cup, obviously here in Masters. He's just been all over the place, and honestly, even on top of that, there was even another series he did at the beginning of this year called the App Grade Series, where he got 6th place in. So there's even ones that I haven't heard of that he's been participating in, and he's been performing very well. So Wallace and Legalis would be a blast for round number 2.
Yeah, I think we're going to be getting that one. I think we'll get that one lined up here as soon as that one happens. Let's take a look at some of the other round 2 matchups that might be interesting. Looking in Group A right now for round 2, even picked up Nova Mate. I think I've seen that version of Matt play before.
Yeah.
Lucas GSM, I don't know the player he's up against. Agony King, also in Group A. So if you're a fan of the Agony King deck, if you're a fan of insane Sparky decks, well, Agony King is there to make that one happy for you. I think he runs like 17 win conditions, which is weird because there's only 8 cards in a deck. But yeah, his deck has had some moments here and there as a popular one of those well-known ladder one-trick decks.
Those, I gotta say, that Sparky still to this day is one of the most frustrating. I'll be in control of the game for 4.5 minutes, and I will misplay one defense and then lose. And so it is always fun to see that Sparky come out. Mohammad Light going up against Immortal also in Group B, so a lot of great battles going on here in that second group, and it sounds like we are just awaiting one of these players to get ready before we hop into Legalis versus Wallace. So that will be our next matchup, Legalis versus Wallace. Let us know in the chat, do you have our Week 1 champion in Legalis taking this best of 3, or do you have Wallace, the season pro on Tribe, from Tribe, taking the dub? Let us know.
Yeah, that's a hard pick there. It's hard to pick against Wallace, especially with the run he had for Pain Gaming at the end of the CRL 2020 season. Of course, probably his signature moment, going 7-0 against Nova Esports at CRL World Finals. Absolutely huge moment for a guy who'd been somewhat overlooked for a long time, known as a really good semi-pro, but had a good break into the pro scene that year. Legalis is a great player. It's just one of those questions, again, where Wallace finishing in that 19th in the world for CRL this year, it just feels like that gap from 19 to 97. That's one where anyone can win a best of 3 for sure. But if I'm going to bet on Wallace.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And honestly, one of the things that we're talking about competitors that you might be facing off against, the guy that Wallace got in round number 1 has a 5.2K personal best and a King Tower 11. So this is exactly what we're talking about in round number 1, the vast levels of difference that you might get. Where, Wallace played, he only had to run back 2 decks. He did go Royal Hogs, Cannon Cart, Mother Witch, Goblin Cage, Fireball Log in game number 1 there. But then in game number 2, he went with 6-man Loon with Zappies and Fireball. So some interesting stuff there, a little bit different of a win condition that we've seen. We have seen 6-man Loon here at Royale Masters, I think maybe in 1 game in total throughout our weekends together. But interesting to see what Wallace is coming out with. Not coming out with any Royal Giant, any Lava Hound, but obviously Royal Hogs coming out in game number 1. Seems pretty par for the course.
Yeah, I'm curious about what he does here against Legalis, because Legalis is definitely known for being a mortar bait player alongside those 3 guys I mentioned before as his training partners. Definitely excels in that cycle arena. I haven't seen Legalis much this year and how much he's shifted his gameplay style to adapt to duel mode. So this will be very curious for us to watch as we get this one. Again, this match should be happening here at any moment, guys. We're just waiting for one of the 2 players in that matchup to ready up so we can actually go ahead and jump on into it. We have a lot of Clash Royale we're going to be playing today, of course, but right now we want to make sure that the best, and this is clearly the best of the matchups that we have available for round number 2.
Yes.
Want to make sure we get you every moment of that one.
Yeah, and talking about Mortar in the meta right now, all over the place. There's Mortar Royal Hogs with Earthquake, there's Mortar Bait out there, there's still Mortar Cannon Cart with Graveyard. There are so many different variations of one of my favorite win conditions in the game. Let's see what Legalis and Wallace have for us as we hop into this game. Best of 3 just getting started here in Group B's round 2.
So Legalis is going to be most likely going either Hog EQ or some variant of Graveyard, and the Snowball makes it feel like it's going to be Graveyard.
Yep.
So we'll see if this one is MKGY, whereas Wallace with the Goblin Cage, I mean, it could be anything, but definitely always makes you feel like it's lava these days.
And if it is, Legalis going to have some good responses there. Lava does come down. Nice call from you, Rich. And with the Archers plus the Snowball, going to be able to at least help with what's in the skies. Probably no NATO in this deck, though, to get all those units on top of the bomb tower, but Inferno, that's a great pull.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really great. The question is, can he protect that Inferno Dragon here? Fireball onto the Flying Machine, and immediately the Skelly Drag's behind. So look like it's going to be Lava Miner with most likely guards here for Wallace. We'll see if he is pulling that full version. Arrows makes it lean more that direction. And early damage done here by Wallace. Minute 45 almost left right here, about a half step early there. And at the moment, Wallace is ahead with 20-38 being the mark on that right-hand side.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting about Legalis playing these defenses. He's probably going to early cycle his archers and then get that Inferno Dragon down as soon as possible so that by the time that arrow set comes out from Wallace, he'll be able to get that second set of archers down and then maybe help the pups off the board with that Snowball. A lot easier to put together here, not playing the game. We'll see if Wallace makes it that easy for him.
Lane switch here. Well, he sees the Inferno Dragon come out and goes, you're going to play your tank killer in that? You're going to cycle it? So he goes immediately to that left-hand lane. Very, very sharp play here by Wallace, and maybe a bit hasty out of Legalis.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, man. It's a bit surprising there to see the Inferno cycled. You know that these Skeleton Dragons are going to come down immediately after the Fireball out of cycle. I like the high bomb tower here. It's going to help clean up those Skelly Drags, but just kind of an interesting, careless cycle out of Legalis.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what he was going for if he didn't like the rest of his cycle, and that's why he played it. And look, didn't eat too much damage. 21-14 is no serious issue. So it's not like he got burned by it. But, you know, it's one of those ones where you always want to go, why?
Yeah, you know, and it does leave him down in a bit of elixir, even though it might have seemed even that Goblin Cage already up on the board. And then when you talk about counter pushes, man, look at this. Just a beautiful set of incredibly healthy units behind that Lava Hound. It's got Fireball written all over it. And now with that high flying machine, that's going to be a great Fireball for Legalis.
Yeah, that worked out very nicely. And you know Wallace wanted those guards to get in front of the Lava Hound to pick up that Inferno Dragon aggro, and just got the timing off on that one a little bit, it seems.
Yeah, the guards were great cleanup there for the graveyard, and then actually being able to get in front of that lava would have been nuts for Wallace when you talk about value for those 3 elixir cards, which I actually love the buff that came in on the guards. I think it's actually really, really great, and it's made them pop back into the meta.
So Legalis is playing a really great game here.
Yeah.
But the problem is with the skeleton dragons, the guards, and the arrows, it feels like Wallace just has too many good answers to play defense against these graveyards.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the defense on the graveyards is actually more the it factor here than the offense that needs to be created. Wallace isn't breaking through. As we've said, we're really impressed with Legalis' defenses, but he is still getting just a couple hundred damage every single time, and he's turning that defense of the graveyards into a great counter push. So I think this is a really, really tough situation for Legalis to be in with only 60 or 70 seconds remaining.
Well, notice that because there's not a great option on the guards that clears them off, right? He doesn't even have to set the line. He can go ahead and play the Inferno Dragon high against the Knight and not worry about blocking the Knight and not letting the Princess Tower connect, because those guards are impossible for Legalis to deal with.
Literally. I mean, that is the only word you can use, and the only way to deal with it is, I mean, there isn't, right? You can't Fireball first and then Snowball. You can't do it the other way around because the Snowball doesn't get rid of the shields, so then you just become in a really tough spot of hoping that the Snowball maybe slows the guards enough to have the skeletons take them out of play. There's no way that's going to happen either.
Yeah, I think the only, I mean, you want to play into the same lane here, and look, he's only down by about 500 right now for Legalis. So he's doing a pretty, again, the job that he's doing is phenomenal, and in Triple Elixir, anything can happen, and he might at some point here, he's going to go Snowball this one. Yeah, he can't play the Fireball because of the Flying Machine, which he does get there. If he gets around one more time, I don't know if the Elixir's there, but he might Fireball Snowball that time to make what you're talking about happen.
Right. Yeah, just really, really tough, and then just graveyards keep coming out, but the defense is there. Early cycle on the guards here for Wallace. Fireball comes down, only hits one of the guards, misses a Flying Machine, and that is a very, very tough matchup when you talk about game number one here between these two guys. Legalis, though, very impressive being able to hold on.
Yeah.
I'm shocked he didn't drop the tower.
Yeah, that was pretty much about as well as, I mean, there might be some people who know that matchup better than we do, obviously, but from my perspective, that was about as well as you could hope to do in that matchup when there really is essentially no way to do any significant damage with your graveyard on that tower. So GG well played for Legalis, and of course Legalis can go back to graveyard again. He can go back to any of those 8 cards. On the other side of it, though, all 8 cards from that Lava Loon or from that Lava Miner deck are out for Wallace.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to see there if Legalis would have been able to change lanes or if it was literally just a bad matchup that you can't really play your way out of, at least with the way that Wallace played, right? He was never over-aggressive. He always had the correct responses in hand. And the other thing is that Wallace was never going for more damage than he needed to. He was literally happy with a couple pup shots there, maybe one Skeleton Dragon Splash, but for the most part was all about the Miner getting on. So really well played in game number one, playing through a tough matchup. Like you said, though, now Wallace does not have any of those 8 cards available. Legalis can do anything he'd like. What's interesting, though, is maybe, you know what? Maybe he goes to some sort of Mortar deck out there because we know he loves Mortar that struggles against Lava Hound. Lava Hound, a non-factor now. Maybe like, you know, there's that Prince Mortar deck that's really strong right now that has baity cards that would have been really easy for Wallace to deal with. There's no guards for the Prince, and now nothing to go to the skies that that Legalis has to worry about getting those bats or spear goblins on top of.
I think I like that a lot, and especially now that Arrows is out for Wallace as well, right? We don't talk about Arrows a lot, but the specific matchups where Arrows is absolutely devastating are decks that run Archer, that run Archers, that run, I mean, Princess certainly, but you can get Princess with Log, that run Firecracker.
Yeah.
So a lot of options here, and Guards, of course, as well. So a lot of options that you have on the side of Legalis to force an overspend with spells against cards that cost 3 Elixir. So that's an interesting thing. I wonder if we see that direction come out from Legalis for this one.
Yeah, it could be fun to see Legalis go to Hog EQ just because, you know, Hog EQ with Firecracker does struggle against the skies sometimes just because it's really just all about that Firecracker staying on like you're talking about with the arrows, which are usually always in that deck. So Firecracker gets a ton of value. You know that Wallace is going to probably throw in a Bomb Tower or most likely a Tesla, so the Earthquake will get value there. And then being able to beat him in cycle always gives you that outplay ability. So I like that for Legalis also in game number 2. Either way, I'd be happy. And then for Wallace, you know, I feel like he probably goes to Royal Giant, maybe? Who knows? We'll find out.
Here we go, into game number 2, and I see, I'm going to paraphrase here, someone asking, what are these guys talking about? Well, we are in a variation of duel mode, where if you win with a deck, you cannot play any of those 8 cards for the remainder of that best-of-3 matchup. If you lose, you still have those cards available. So we're discussing what options were available for Wallace, and what Legalis might do, knowing that all the cards from that Lava Minor Arrows deck were out of the game. So there you go. And why are we talking so much? Well, that's what we're paid to do.
Yeah, that is actually literally our only job.
Yep.
We don't push play on the matches. We don't get to do anything other than just talk about what we see. And what we're seeing right now is Legalis doing a bit of a change-up here with the cards that we're seeing. Could still be a version of Graveyard. Could also be some Goblin Drill. We've been seeing Goblin Drill plus Bomber pop back into the meta, but usually has a Valkyrie in there instead.
Yeah, Drill's interesting because it's one of those cards that's really hard to balance, I believe. You know, the previous version was way OP. The current version of Goblin Drill seems like it's very difficult to make work in any sort of meaningful way. And the question might be around the goblins themselves rather than the Goblin Drill. Regular goblins right now are fairly weak on their own on top of that, so I'm curious to see if maybe, and we get into our next round of balance changes end of this quarter, if maybe regular goblins get a tweak.
Yeah, that'd be nice. They definitely weren't as impactful as I think we all thought they were going to be when that buff initially happened. So it's going to be Ram Rider out for Wallace here, and top of your screen going to be Graveyard once again from Legalis. And talk about Graveyard responses. Wallace has a lot of great ones there. Even the Ram Rider plus Mother Witch will be good because you get the Mother Witch to spawn some skellies. Ram Rider won't get hit by the Fireball and will create some offensive pressure for your opponent. So we'll see how Wallace wants to continue on with this, 1,000-point lead that he has.
And notice that Legalis making the choice here to happily go with archers, knowing the arrows are out of this matchup.
Yeah.
So that's a really great call here for Legalis. Of course, not working out for him so far so well. And as you see, Wallace set up P.E.K.K.A on that right-hand side. Legalis now, I think he has enough that we're not going to see him defensive Graveyard in the middle of the board, but definitely could be an option if we see him do it in the middle to pull from both sides.
Yeah, I think it'd be much better for him to try to defend efficiently on the right-hand side, and I'd love to see some offense created, but right now just a ton of pressure coming in from Wallace on both sides of the board, and you see Legalis just kind of spending all of his attention and all of his elixir on defense only.
And that's why you can't do, I forgot about the Mother Witch. That's why you can't do that. Against this matchup without Mother Witch, you can put that Graveyard in the middle and pull everything there and let your Princess Towers do the work. With that Mother Witch there that you saw played in the middle, that's impossible.
Second Graveyard in.
Yeah, and then of course you're against Poison as well. So you're against Mother Witch, Poison, Ram Rider, Barb Barrel even on top of that. Again, a really rough one here for Legalis.
Yeah, I mean, that's just 2 beautiful matchups in a row for Wallace, and, it feels hard to call it an accident twice in a row here, pitting Legalis on Graveyard once again. All of the responses are there. We talked about the Ram Rider, the Mother Witch, the Poison, Barb Barrel. There's just no way around it. Even the Dark Prince, as you can see here coming out on the left-hand side, is a great response, and Legalis just caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, well, I actually really like the choice of Wallace with Poison specifically in this matchup. He knew he didn't have arrows, so you start thinking about, okay, what can my opponent do that's going to benefit from arrows not being in there? And archers are a great call. Poison is the best bang for your buck value to get archers off, do damage to tower, and also be taking care of other small-sized troops. So very good call here from Wallace. Yeah,
and Fireball coming out defensively. Ram Rider still going to connect on tower with that charge, and that is just the nail in the coffin. No way to turn this around at this point with Poison in play. 326 HP remaining in our game that has 55 seconds left, and this is all Wallace for the set.
Yeah, I got to shout out Night Owl for that Ram Rider connection there. Absolutely brutal. Fireball doesn't even hit the Mother Witch at this point. And Legalis, just, I picked Wallace for a reason, and it wasn't just the gameplay here, but Wallace was just 50 miles ahead of Legalis in terms of deck picking. Got a great matchup in game number 1, which obviously that's always the most difficult one to get a matchup in, but then really did an excellent job of trying to predict what his opponent might do in game 2. And I don't know if it's Wallace or if there's a group there behind him at Tribe helping with that analysis, but if there is, give that boy some kudos because this was a great one.
Yeah, I know. You talk about that first matchup there, and like you said, not a great matchup for Legalis, but he played very well throughout it. He turned that bad matchup into something good. Lemons made lemonade, but this game 2 matchup, there was just no way around it, especially when you talk about kind of the card that we didn't even mention, which was the P.E.K.K.A for Wallace. So how on earth is Legalis ever going to have a tank in for the graveyard. Wallace isn't going to carelessly cycle that P.E.K.K.A, and the best thing that you can ever get is a Knight and a Brawler together, which is still going to be light work for the P.E.K.K.A up high, and then on the back end you have the Mother Witch, which is going to bait out the Fireball, and then you send in the Ram Rider late, and there's nothing to defend. So Wallace pitching a perfect game here through that over Legalis, our Week 1 champion, and just goes to show, once again, just because you've won in the past doesn't mean you're going to be successful today.
Yeah, and again, like you talk about Legalis, a tough early pick. Now, on Legolas's side, Wallace is definitely one of those guys in his group who has a very good chance of going undefeated, of getting a 7-0 or a 6-1. So the opponent win rate for Legalis, as long as he can win out from here, he still has a pretty good shot at making that top 4. It's just, you know, obviously harder once you get that one loss early, but he's going to be facing slightly easier competition now for the next few matches at least, and has a good opponent win rate from at least one of his players.
Yeah, unlike our Week 1 Saturday where we did 6 rounds, we are doing all 7, which, you know, talking about who gets through to Sunday, you and I were speculating in Week 1. Now it's for sure in Week 3 that there will be players with losses. Maybe even 2 losses could be possible coming through there. So it's something that, like you're talking about, man, do not give up hope. Yes, you had a rough draw in round number 2, but still 5 more rounds to put things together. Looking at Group B here, Group C here, and some of the players that have been playing well from them. Coca RX, Furkan, Siak, Inthrill, Mini Ligan, and Lucas are all undefeated still, so no surprise there, and should be a lot of fun to see if any of those guys end up getting to face off against one another once we do get against each other once we do get to round number 3. There we go.
And in Group B, Wallace is undefeated. He's joined by the American Air Surfer, Adriel, and Mohammad Light, all in that undefeated section. Legend A, who we saw last weekend, also undefeated as well. And of course, you get down to the 1-on-1s, and that includes Legalis, who just dropped that first matchup. But a lot of talent there in the undefeated section in Group B as well.
Yeah, and Group D closing out their round 1 still. Wero and Bruzani both picked up wins. So did Tuvia, who we've seen over the last few weeks here. Nova won Matt, not Matty, but Matt was able to pick up a win there. Gabo picked up a win, if you guys recognize him. And obviously we saw Mini Minter play over Sangam Love Hog, who, like you said, maybe Hog doesn't love him. Awesome MK, one of the better MK players out in the world, beats Killer Do, but Will takes down Boss CR. 2-1 victory there in Group D.
Back to Group A action. Ian, our last weekend's winner, currently undefeated at 2-0. So he's in that group for now. Agony King as well, for those of you who follow those crazy ladder players. Agony King also undefeated. Not as many big names in the top 2 and the 2-0 section right now, though, for Group A. So Group A might be a little bit easier, although we are still waiting on some results. Osama still 1-0, has not finished his round 2 matchup yet. Bag also still 1-0. I wonder if we can get either Osama or Bag, as we're trying to find another match from round 1 to get on the screen here.
And looking here in the chat, talking to people, or I can see people talking about the update that is coming in. Yes, level 14 is coming. Yes, the CR team did a great adjustment to what was announced, and they recognized the error of their ways. They're fixing it, so everyone will make sure they are getting the full value of what they felt like they put into the game. And of course, sounds like Heroes might be coming to Clash Royale, so a lot of interesting things for you guys to talk about in the chat. How do you guys feel about it? We'd love to know.
It's going to be a really interesting shift, and adding in potentially what it looks like a whole new way of playing Clash Royale. Yeah. You know, you talk about a game that's been essentially the same in terms of how the core of it for 5 years. You know, we saw 2.6 today. You saw 2.6 in 2016, right? So this could be this teased announcement today could be pretty massive, depending on what it actually turns out to be.
So here we go, coming into Asuna versus Mr. Fran here in game number 3. All knotted up, obviously, as these are best of 3s. Magic Archer bottom of your screen.
And those of you who are asking about the adjustment to the level 14 stuff, the CR dev team made a great post on Reddit. It's also on Twitter as well, so you can go ahead and find a link to that post. But they explained what happened and showed some make goods that they have planned for to correct the miscalculation for level 14.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And a big shout out to them for being able to own that up. It's never easy to do, and especially with how intense the community can be when they first hear about things. Big shout out to the Clash Royale community and Supercell for making sure that we're all happy at the end of the day. And talking about this matchup between Asuna and Mr. Fran, Asuna won game number 1 with a double spawner deck. Mother Witch and Fireball. E-Barbs were in there as well. And then Of course, Mr. Fran bouncing back in game number 2 with an MK Ram Rider deck with Royal Ghost, Fireball, and Snowball.
So we'll see how much Asuna can take advantage of that Magic Archer. Of course, cycling it behind King Tower against that poison, not going to be ideal anymore. So we'll see what kind of adjustments Asuna makes. Maybe some bridge plays as we get into double and later triple elixir.
Yeah, Mr. Fran showing us a very unique deck, I think is probably the best way to put it so far. I'm not sure what it could be. I was going to say giant, and there it is. We haven't seen the other prince come out, and I feel like it probably isn't going to be a regular prince in that 8th spot, but I've been wrong in the past.
Well, you know, this has some shades of giant double prince just because you have the idea maybe the Electro Dragon in favor of the E-Wiz.
Yeah.
So you could see Classic. We don't have another single target DPS troop that's really serious besides the Mega Minion. So it's possible that would be the last card.
And this poison not going to leave that Electro Dragon alive defensively because the Magic Archer stays just long enough and the Ram Rider does connect.
So a slight variant here going Mini P.E.K.K.A as opposed to going Prince. And you can understand why, right? Instead of the class, oh, that's a ton of damage on that right-hand side, and that's a rough moment here for Mr. Fran, who looks like he's on the chopping block. You know, so you talk about taking the E-Wiz out for the Electro Dragon, well, you go from 4 elixir to 5. So how do you make up for that? You take the Prince out and put in the Mini P.E.K.K.A to get that 1 elixir back.
Yeah, and I love it because here's the cool thing about this. You can still put that Mini P.E.K.K.A on skates with the Dark Prince behind because obviously the Prince in the charge, single target DPS of the swing of the Mini P.E.K.K.A. It's all pretty comparable, so I like what we're seeing there. And that also leaves Mr. Fran open to like to use Prince if he wanted in a different matchup, but that won't matter here as this game is over and Asuna will take this set.
GG, well played, gets the win here. So we are getting close to wrapping up round number 2 here in a couple of minutes. Only a few more matches left, but well played, Asuna. Getting a little excitement here on the screen for the young man.
And looking at Group D, which is now finally getting put together. It's finally getting seeded after a longer round 1. We got Tico versus Legend A. Could be a fun matchup in there. But it sounds like we're going to go to... Yeah, go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, looks like we're about to go ahead and jump into a match from one of the all-time great ladder players and one of the best bridge spam players in the world. So I believe we're going here in a moment to Wero versus Matt. And Wero's one of those guys who we've talked about quite a lot in the past, who was rumored to be attached to numerous different CRL teams and never panned out. But we will hopefully, I think we'll be seeing him here in just a moment.
Yeah, I think, I believe it was Wero that we were talking about last week with Eric, where Eric tried to get Wero for Liquid and ended up with, you know, I think he got an okay player in Igor instead. But I believe he was going for Wero in the earlier days, or I guess not the earlier days, but a few years ago. And he was turned down by the great bridge spam player, which you gotta love to hear it.
Well, you heard of Wero also being rumored as an attachment to Space Station Gaming.
Oh, right,
A lot of rumors
yes.
he was to play for them in 2020, right? So there were so many places where you thought Wero would eventually end up, and Eric tried. His fellow Venezuelan and trainer Luis also tried to get Wero, but no one could make it happen. But we will see Wero in the CRL Last Chance qualifier as well, where he finished the year ranked, I believe, let's see, where I had him earlier, ranked 45th. So he will be in the LCQ next weekend. Get a little preview here potentially as soon as we get this matchup.
Yeah, and looking at the decks that Wero played in round number 1 against a guy named, looks like Ziad Best is his name on the Battlefy. It was a 2-0, and in game number 1, he ran Royal Hogs with Cannon Cart, Mother Witch, Fireball, Skelly Drags, nothing surprised there. But I have seen this deck show up more and more that he won in game 2 with, Rich. It's a minor poison control deck with Goblin Hut, and Wero put in the P.E.K.K.A instead of the MK. But that MK Flying Machine, Royal Ghost, minor poison Goblin Hut deck has been showing up all over the place, and it's actually really strong.
And again, Filippo, who you see at the bottom, that is Wero. So the guy we're talking about, that's the account he runs. And as we go into, I thought this was game 3 for this matchup here, but I guess maybe
Game 1.
this is game 1. We're starting this one off straight out the gate. So here we go, a full BO3 with Wero. Let's go.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Looks like he's already going to the skies here with probably Lava Loon with Freeze, or excuse me, not Lava Loon, Loon Freeze with Bowler. Just so used to saying Lava Loon, sometimes I just like go on cruise control.
Sure, I get that, and the Loon does get a little tap there. Wero trying to get that away with the NATO, but that's going to be a little tap on the way through. 1592 plus some more. It is a King Tower activation. That's going to make things a bit harder for that miner.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side of it here, a King Tower activation. Nice pull there with the Fisherman. That's a great interaction that Matt just showed everyone at home. And here we go. Aggressive Lumber Loon push, right-hand lane.
Well, with the Mega Minion and the Witch there, we're also going to go ahead and let this one die. Of course, the Rage does get out on tower, so nice lead change here for a moment, but a lot coming the opposite direction right now from Matt.
Yeah, and you wonder if maybe Wero just eats this damage, sacks the tower, and then decides to, no, he's going to Bar Barrel, so maybe he doesn't have to worry as much about the 3 crown. And it's going to be an interesting, hopefully, 2-tower game here for Wero, but Matt playing this one real nice.
Final minute approaching, double elixir on its way. Matt in a great spot, of course. And you see Wero just having to set up into that same lane here. I'm curious to see if he actually does, at what point, pull the trigger on the right-hand side. You're going to see Matt kind of sit on a lot of those counters. Goes ahead and gets the Mega Minion down on the left-hand side for the Inferno Dragon. Mother Witch as well, and Wero decided to go load up right into this lane.
Yeah, a very, very late Loon there on the back end. Look at this. Lumberjack probably going to take the tower almost on its own with that freeze coming in. Tower will go down here as Matt making an effort here for the 3 crown, Rich.
Yeah, and that's going to be a real challenge here for Wero, but he does actually kind of almost want the damage to be on that side rather than to be on that Princess Tower side, because now he knows he can just stack this lane into the tower that he has the advantage on. So this might end up working out nicely for Wero if he can play this correctly.
Yeah, and if we learned anything from that last little onslaught from Wero is that he does win the single lane battle. He has more control, he has more single target DPS, especially with that freeze in there in the Inferno, and that is a really nice miner by Matt.
Yeah, that miner distracted just a little bit. The defensive freeze, very, very sharp here out of Wero, able to avoid any true damage, death damage on that side. And now this is a huge advantage. 501 on the right-hand side. Wero battling back here in the sudden death overtime period.
Well, what I loved about that is Matt knew that Wero couldn't NATO to King Tower, right? So he just goes for the full send in one lane. Wero has to get creative with it. He ends up using the defensive freeze, which was a great call. He could have won, quote-unquote, won the game had he froze the Princess Tower of Matt's, but he would have dropped his own tower first. So great decision-making there.
That bar barrel was absolute brilliance, and that's where he wins the game. Bar barrels to split, and he saw that he had the Lumberjack distracting the Mega Minion for a moment. Bar barrels in perfect time to make sure that that does not get any more swings on the balloon. High freeze, get it in, get that tower down. GG, well played, and that's why Wero is one of the all-time greats on LAN.
You love to watch things that are that calculated fall perfectly into plan. I mean, it felt like the game was almost over. You were saying less than a minute left, right? And I'm like, there's just no way. So he sets up this monster push in the left-hand lane. He drops the balloon down, which feels like a game late. It was so late behind the big push that comes in. He gets the freeze offensively. He gets the great defensive freeze later on. And then, like you said, that beautiful threading of the needle with the bar barrel, and that's just recognizing your opponent's cycle, your opponent's defense, their only way to create offense. So many things that had to go perfectly for Wero that were all incredibly well calculated, man.
Well, that's one of those things, too, where you see the balloon on that went to the King Tower and the King Tower getting down low, but once that turned into a 2-tower game, you saw that for Matt, you're hoping to get more damage onto that King Tower, but you're playing now into the same lane that Wero has to play for that Princess Tower. Wero was able to get the damage advantage there as well, but it's easier defense on that King Tower side than on that Princess Tower side. Yeah. So worked out very nicely for Wero. And again, game number 1 going to, you talk about Matt who's playing some great Clash Royale, but then you pull a guy like Wero here in this round.
Yeah, and Wero did such a cool thing there with baiting out that MK by starting to build up that big push going down the right-hand lane. That MK coming down that gets taken off the board is that 7 elixir not available for offense for Matt. So once again, just Wero kind of playing this incredible game of chess around Matt, who, like you said, man, has played very, very well, but runs into one of the greats in the game.
And going 2.6, I don't love this call. Maybe it's comfort for Matt. If we see 2.6 get a win today, I will certainly be surprised. And now running into Goblin Hut, P.E.K.K.A, Snowball, and Zappies, going to be a real rough outing here for Matt.
Yeah, so looking a lot like that deck that I was just talking about, that minor poison control deck with P.E.K.K.A instead of MK, because it makes sense that Wero would want to run P.E.K.K.A instead of MK. MK is a lot more popular in the meta, but Wero would be able to deal with Royal Hogs, and of course, since Mega Knight's everywhere, that is a great counter in that Big Mama P.E.K.K.A. And yeah, man, it is always really kind of interesting and surprising and almost disheartening at this point because 2.6 is so hard to get a win with at this level.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, I mean, I have a mini that's just a 2.6 account, and I'll go play that, but I'm playing that from like 4K to 5.3 or something. It's just a, you know, it's a little free-to-play mini that I could play on for fun. And it's so dominant at those levels, you'll see people who call this deck toxic, but up at this level, it's so difficult to get any real purchase. It's not strong in the meta right now, and then you add in the fact that every single pro has played against it hundreds of times, and it's just a rough one to call.
There's just something about playing against those decks that are so popular in the game that you know like the back of your hand. It's easier to keep track of cycle. It's easier to keep track of elixir. It's easier to know when your opponents have their responses in their hand as opposed to in their cycle. And yeah, right now this feels like a very tough position to put yourself in when you're going up against Wero, but a really nice lead here for Matt.
Look, it cycles faster. It cycles a whole lot faster. The question is how long can it hold? And that's a nice poison there to get onto the Musketeer and create pressure on the left-hand side, forces the Fireball out, and just like that, Wero takes the lead.
Yeah, game already basically over because you find the towers are even now. You saw there that Wero got a great elixir lead. There was a massive overspend by Matt, and now Wero can just kind of hang out and keep applying pressure with this Goblin Hut and Miner.
Yeah, and again, you look at that. Fireball's such a key factor in 2.6, and then being forced to consistently use it just on that flying machine for an even trade and never get tower damage. That's a rough one here, so as we get into double and closer to triple, things get worse and worse for Matt.
I'm so glad you just said that because I was just reading a comment in the chat saying it seems like Matt can just spell cycle, and maybe that was an idea at the beginning of the game, thinking, oh yeah, I can control the Goblin Hut. Problem is the spell cycle in this game is exactly what Rich just said. The flying machine becomes exponentially more difficult to take off the board, exponentially more powerful, more value, and then when you talk about cycling fireballs, Wero will let you do that a couple times before he just starts to cycle a P.E.K.K.A in the weaker of his two lanes, which he's doing right here.
That was not a great flying machine from Wero, though. Playing that flying machine that high, Muskie able to kind of snipe it off the board. You don't want to give the Musketeer the ability to play it to deal with that flying machine. And so now you see Matt is trying to turtle up here on the left-hand side. It's 778 to 1236. This is going to be difficult to get hogs on tower here, and there's a good placement from Wero to keep the fireball away from tower.
Absolutely, that's what he needed to do. Make sure the fireball went on top of the flying machine, and Goblin Hut stays away from the Princess Tower because it's just too appetizing, too good a value to ignore. And Wero's going to need to keep doing that over and over. This game's starting to feel dangerously close, though.
Yeah, but at this point, it's so hard for... oh, that's actually maybe a hog hit here? No, it doesn't happen.
Snowball.
It's getting harder and harder for Matt to find a place where counters aren't in hand, right? In triple elixir, one of these is going to be here pretty much all the time. One hog hit in, 258, things getting tight. Miner to the inside with poison. Miner does not get a touch on tower. This is getting a bit touchy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Miner needs to go out one more time or another poison needs to come down, but it's really difficult to get those miners on tower, so I think you over-defend and get that poison on the board, and that's exactly what Wero's trying to do right now. There's the poison. There's the hog hit. Fireball is in, and wow!
Oh my gosh! If you are Matt, what an unbelievable moment where you're going, oh my gosh, am I about to beat Wero by 5 HP? Am I going to fireball out your poison? Is this really going to happen with 2.6 hog cycle? But not quite able to do it. Wero doing everything to hold on and keep the hogs off tower. What a crazy finish there for that one.
You just love what he did there at the end. You know, recognizing what needed to happen. A miner getting on tower was going to feel impossible. He hadn't been able to do it in, I think, 2 or 3 miner cycles. It's not going to happen on the most important one. Snowball is not enough damage. The only thing that can win that game is 2 or whatever ticks it was from your poison. So what does Wero do? He piles on the high zappies so that he doesn't get fireball value. The Goblin Cage is still there, but that's not being able to take the zappies off the board. The late snowballs time and time again. Just a beautiful recognition of the macro of the game again. I love using that phrase because when you see the best players in the world do it, man, it is absolute art to watch.
Snowball might have been the most important part here, but now we move on to Ian, our winner from last weekend. Let's see how he's faring. With the lead, does give up some ground, though, 403 to 538.
Yeah, a very interesting Loon freeze deck here out of Abood King.
And some updates here from Group A as long as we're in this moment. Lucas out of, not Brazil Lucas, but Portugal Lucas GSM takes the 2-0 loss to Memo Royale in this round 3 matchup. So a rough outing for him. And as we get some more of the notable matchup data in, we'll give it to you.
Loon Cycle is just everywhere right now, man.
Well, it's fun to play. It always has been. And especially in duel mode.
Yeah, that's a huge hit there on that tower. Now, really, really close to being able to just get a minor snowball on top for the game, but 60 seconds remain as these balloons bump into each other in the skies.
That's a nice little touch there against the opposing loons to slow it down a little bit, give your Mega Minion time to work. Will still take death damage, but not devastating damage, as that goes down to 339. And would love to force out some spell play on that right-hand side. Mother Witch may be a step too close, and some free value given by Ian.
And that's one of those things that you hear the best players in the world and their coaches talk about is sight and density, right? Every single one of these units have, obviously, how far they can get pulled from their eye line. That's a little bit more obvious. But the density conversation, like you just pointed out, Rich, with that balloon, just to slow it down a hair, make it work around, and give that Mega Minion enough time. It's just knowing those interactions that you have to do if you want to be amongst the best in the world. Density is a very real thing.
And Ian just has to go ahead and eat the tower on the left-hand side. Going to set up for his counter push, but knows defending that balloon is a lost cause. So here we go. Mega Knight Loon, and I wonder if he tries to retarget to the Mega Knight, and he does. Very, very nice retarget. This should be at least one shot from the balloon.
I mean, that's just playing pool right there, using physics to your advantage.
Yep.
And, you know, you were calling the perfect play-by-play. I didn't even see it happening yet, but it does reset that Inferno. Nice defense, though, by Abud King, making it so that Loon connection does not happen, even in spite of the greatly orchestrated offense from Ian.
Yeah, but also from nice work from Ian, though, is that it forces out the Fireball and gives him this Mother Witch in the back. Of course, with the Valk able to get down, that does change the math there a bit. But now look at this. Inferno Dragon way up high, and Loon with a fairly clean path towards that Princess Tower.
Yeah, you love to see players using their opponent's interactions against them, right? The targeting of that Inferno Dragon is so easy to manipulate if you have the Snowball and if you have that unit to be able to drop down right on top of it. It's two times in a row now where that MK has snuck away from the Inferno and then gotten taken off the board by something else, an opportunity that Ian creates over and over.
So big time push here as the Mega Knight gets pulled back. That's nice play there by Abud to get the Mega Knight out of the way for the balloon. That balloon gets absolutely shredded. The question here is, what does Abud King do to turn in any sort of substantive offense?
He needs to win one of these ground battles, because right now he's just cycling in the same lane over and over as Ian, and he's losing that battle by a lot. So here we go. He goes aggressive balloon freeze push on the right-hand side, and I actually kind of like that push. It won't get a connection, but it's at least making Ian spend a little extra.
Final 30 seconds here, and the lead continuing to be looking like an insurmountable one, and just no way through. Abud has to go full send on the right to have any sort of chance here, and that's going to leave him a little bit thirsty on this left-hand side. Can he stop the balloon and get in? Freeze down. Does the Loon connect from Ian? It doesn't. Loon from Abud does not connect as well, and that's a GG well played. Game number 1 going to our defending weekly champion.
Yeah, just really understanding the matchup, understanding what the most dangerous points of offense could be from Abud King, and always having that response ready to go. Abud King did a great job there at the end, trying to figure out different ways to break on through. You saw the Naked Loon at the bridge with the freeze. You saw the Valkyrie at the bridge with the Loon in the pocket. But Ian just always one step ahead of him, and that's why he is our reigning champion.
Yeah, game number 1 going for Ian. Looking at some more updates here as they come in Group A. Let's go ahead and take a look over at Group B's results so far as we get ready for game number 2 in this matchup. And in Group B, Wallace and Nicola currently tied 1-1 in their matchup. So we'll see if either one of those two, which one of them stays undefeated as time goes on. Keeping an eye on some of the other matchups there. Air Surfer 2-0, so continues his undefeated run so far in this group. Toad, who did well last week, also 2-0s here in round number 3.
Yeah, so does Mohammad Light, getting a 2-0 win there over Alphon by top. So Air Surfer, Mohammad Light, and as you just mentioned, Toad, still all undefeated there for Group B.
Legalis down 1-0 in his matchup, so Wallace going to sit there and hope, both Wallace and Legalis hoping for Leg to go ahead and pull that one back out and keep himself in the mix and help maybe support Wallace's win rate and give him a chance. Firkin down 1-0 against Mish right now in Group C. And that's a big one. Mish has been around in a lot of competitions, was in the ESL Mobile Open for a bit for Clash Royale earlier this year. Mao up 1-0 right now against Nietzsche.
Rich, there's a great match between Arden, Toas, and Coca RX in that same group, just a little lower. Yes, Lucas also 2-0 here, but just a little bit lower there, number slot 27. Arden Toas up 1-0 over Coca RX. That's a fun one.
And Eunice out of Turkey 2-0s in this round matchup for him as well. So a lot of big names having some big performances. Group D is the lagging group. Group D is still finishing up their round 2, so we'll get our round 3 matchups for Group D fairly soon as once they get that all sorted out. Looks like Fur and Archangel are the ones slowing down Group D, so pick it up, fellas. Someone get a 3 crown right now.
And talking about Ian, who we've been speaking his praises, just getting a little more familiar with his profile here. He is 25 trophies away, or was, I should say, 25 trophies away from the world record at 89.46. His personal best is 89.21, so a ladder god, if you will. He's ranked 34th in the world, according to CRL. He's got a ton of Grand Challenge wins. He's a 20-win player back-to-back there, and he's also got a rank 2, 3, and 4 ladder finish. My goodness, is that an impressive resume.
Ian's a killer, and one of the things I think helps him out a lot, he's not already great on ladder. He's one of the, if not the best Hog EQ players in the game,
right?
Which is not only great for ladder, but also gives him a real nice one-up here in dual modes, right? You know he can always go to it, especially if he starts seeing that the cards from Game 1 or Game 2 open up opportunities. Of course, people are expecting Hog EQ from him, but it's a great tool in his belt he can go to whenever he feels like the matchup situation might favor it.
For sure, because like we talked about earlier in the day, is not a lot of those cards repeat in other decks, and there are slight adjustments you can make to those decks, whether it's Knight instead of Valkyrie, whether you swap out Firecracker for something else. You can make small adjustments when you're as good as Ian with that deck to always be played late in the game, and this is a nice King Tower activation to start off this back and forth between him and Abood going right back to the skies.
Loon to the left-hand lane, and we'll get taken care of pretty easily after the clean King Tower activation, and that's one of those ones that's, people like to cycle their Goblin Cage to open up games. If you haven't seen NATO in a dual mode format, cycling Goblin Cage is almost asking for a King Tower activation, so if you're not worried about it, then great. That's one of those questions where it's always an interesting choice to do that as your opening move.
Yeah, especially because it can just leave you open in the opposite lane for something like a balloon. So Ian looks like he's coming out with probably Graveyard. We have seen Electro Giant decks that have all of these exact same cards in them. We talk about being able to really control and just send in the E-Giant for offense. But for the most part, it feels like with how popular Graveyard is and how unpopular E-Giant is, that's the way Ian's going here in game number 2.
Yeah, not unlikely, and we are seeing someone who might be Mo Light in the chat on Twitch saying, I wonder who the ladder record holder is. My guess is it's Mo. My guess is that's who it is. So,
oh man, I just want to get to 7K. Forget 9K. I just want to get to 7.
Absolutely insane. Getting to 9, the level of stress that must be taking place up at that part of ladder has got to be nuts. So here we go into the final 40 seconds of regulation time, double elixir. And Ian looking more and more like it's probably Splash Yard here with the poison now. So if he does go E-Giant, come on, man, what are you doing to us?
It looks like he's probably going to try to drop a Graveyard here, but that Goblin Brawler actually placed perfectly so that it crosses the bridge, keeps the Baby Dragon away, and then now actually Baby Dragon crosses with the Goblin Brawler in tow. So a nice offensive put together here by Ian while he's playing defense while in his sleep, it looked like, honestly.
And that Valk just not going to be sufficient against the Graveyard. I think it was a few, I want to say maybe like a year and a half ago where it was that Valk's attack speed got nerfed. There was a moment where Valk was pretty much everywhere. And not quite the Graveyard counter it once was. Not quite the Hogs counter it once was either.
Yeah, the Valkyrie definitely needs a little bit of love or a little bit of help with a snowball or a log or even just a building to pull all those units together to be actually super impactful against the Royal Hogs. And then, yeah, a card like the Valk feels like should just dominate against Graveyard, but that's really not always the case. And this is game over right here. Just units piling up. Ian barely breaking a sweat in these first 2 games.
Yeah, pretty easy 2-0 there for Ian, and not super surprised with the form he's been as of late. So GG, well played. Last week's champion looking in championship form here as he goes undefeated through our first 3 of 7 rounds.
Yep, that's right. And to join Ian in Group A being undefeated through 3, we have Vinicius there. We have Ian, obviously. Agony King still undefeated. Sasa undefeated. Oh, no, excuse me. Sasa's 2-1. So honestly, not a lot of known names here in Group A that are 3-0 still. Basically just Ian and Agony King of the bigger names out there.
So let's go ahead and take a look at our Group B action here, where we are getting to the final results coming in. Looks like Nicola beat Wallace in Group B. So Wallace does lose his undefeated record there. That's going to be rough for him, and of course for Legalis as well. So big ups to Nicola for taking the win in that one. Going through the remainder of the matchups, Chris Leanne takes a drop to Bernhard 2-0. Mo, of course, 2-0'd his matchup. Adriel took down Legend A 2-1. And, of course, we mentioned earlier, Air Surfer 2-0'd his first round matchup.
And it looks like Coca RX fell to Arden Toas 0-2 there in Group C. So Arden Toas still perfect through his first few rounds there. Game Freak TV also perfect. So is Lucas and that is the Lucas, Paid Lucas, or as we all know him now, CMG Lucas. Ligon CR Mini Ligon picked up his first tie, 2-1. Interesting.
Taking a look, let's see. I was just picking something. Did you just do Group C or Group D?
That was Group C. If you want to go over to Group D.
Group C. Taking a look at Group D here. Boss does pull out the win 2-0 against Thomas. Famous Kid as well. Win over Dark King. So 2 fairly known players continuing working well. We, of course, just saw Wero take down Matt. And Entraflay, who another great player, one of the top semi-pros out of the Ukraine, making a nice 2-0 win here in this round. So a lot of top-tier players getting some good results. Mini Minter as well, 2-1 in round number 3.
Well, since we have OS Tico's name on the screen here as you and I are just kind of talking through these matchups, yeah, Tico versus Famous Kid is a great matchup here in Group D, as is Bruzani versus Wero, as is Gabo versus Tuvia. So Group D having a stacked list here in round number 3. Any of those 3 would be great. It sounds like we're going to try to hop into Tico versus Famous Kid. Not 100% sure, but Group D finally catching up a little bit here as they're starting their round number 3.
Yeah, it's taken them a couple of minutes here to get on board, but we'll get that fairly soon. And, of course, that'll mean that when we finish up Groups A, B, and C, we'll have a little bit more Clash Royale left for you there watching at home. And, of course, we are not just here today. We are back again tomorrow. The top 4 from each of these 4 groups move on to our single elimination bracket stage, which will be same time, same place right here tomorrow. So if you haven't yet, if you're watching on Twitch, go ahead and follow this channel. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. Make sure you are back for the championship bracket on Sunday.
So Famous Kid here, a name that you guys I'm sure are very familiar with. We've seen him all over the place as a professional, and also we've seen him every single weekend here at Royale Masters, the 8.6K ladder player, also ranked 14th in the world right now according to CRL rankings.
And I think those CRL rankings are pretty accurate, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's,
definitely.
You look through that list, and there's not a lot of players, unless they started late and weren't able to participate in a couple of months for whatever reason. Not a lot of players who should be on that list who aren't.
So Tico going to Goblin Drill Wall Breakers, and this is one of those decks that is running Drill once again that has been pretty strong out there in the meta, and we'll see how it fares here against this very popular Lava Miner Guards deck.
Well, this is what Drill needs right now, right? Is that Drill needs to be the secondary win condition,
yes,
much like Miner. So Drill Wall Breakers can function. It doesn't have the same OP ability that it had, Iran Magic Archer NATO Drill in the final season of Drill being any good, and that's where I got my personal best. That deck doesn't have the same firepower it used to. Wall Breakers, though, still pretty nasty.
Yeah, I actually love Wall Breakers. They're slowly becoming my favorite win condition in the game. I think the ability to make your opponent spend spells is actually their most important value late game. And of course, always about that chip damage early on, right? Getting even one Wall Breaker connection during single elixir is a massive win. And the ability to always make your opponent spend spells, like we're going to see arrows come out a lot here from Famous Kid, especially once we get deeper in and he wants to save those Skelly Dragons. I think that's probably the coolest thing about Wall Breakers for me.
First 2 minutes away, and for the moment, it is Tico with the lead. Of course, that Skeleton Dragon does change the math here a bit, as it goes down to 1762 on that right-hand side. And the guards with the arrows going for trying to get as much spread as possible there. Does Famous Kid, but we'll see if this Inferno Dragon gets any sizzle. Nope, controlled nicely by Tico.
Yeah, you see those wall breakers being cycled just a hair early by Tico, so he has to spend the Fire Spirit as well. And that was actually one more thing I wanted to add on, was just that the last thing that I love about the wall breakers is the ability to kite. They're so fast, you can play them all over your side of the map, and they still pull the attention, and that's a great double connection there on the right-hand side. Famous Kid opting to take that now, which is fine, but this tower's getting close and damage rich, and you never want to be there against wall breakers and wall breakers drill.
So Lava Hound to tank here for the Inferno Dragon. Skelly Dragon's now down after that fireball out of cycle. We'll see how fast Tico gets back to a cleanup here. And again, the kite with the wall breakers. You're not getting damage on tower, but you're keeping it off of yours for a moment, but not that much. It does get the flying machine, though. Good value given to the Brazilian.
Tower on the bottom left-hand side, just falling below 1,000 HP, and Famous Kid trying to narrow or keep this gap just a little bit wider than Tico wants it to be.
This Lava Miner guards deck, so it's deceptively fast,
yes,
right? For a Lava Hound deck, it can put pressure on in a way that you don't necessarily expect because of that Miner and the guards. But look at this, a ton in, and that's tower down, right-hand side. Tico taking game number 1.
Just a beautiful pile up there. You saw the arrows coming down late from Famous Kid, but not sure where to use them. He wanted to make sure he was able to help with the guards, but also take off the goblins coming from the goblin drill, and that's just what is so great about this deck. You saw the pressure coming in always from those wall breakers. Once Tico saw some blood in the water, once he got that connection on the right-hand side, he started to pour the attention that way. And like you're talking about, man, that deck, that Lava Hound deck cycles so quickly because every time you put together one of those lava pushes, you use the dragons, you use the flying machine, you use the miner, and you use usually your spell. So you're already back around to a Lava Hound every single time you even supported your first push. That's what's so great about the deck that we saw from Tico, is never able to put together that great push, sequence the offense the way he wanted, was Famous Kid, so he was always uncomfortably defending, and that was a great tower take there by Tico in those final moments.
Well, it's one of those decks where that Lava Miner guards deck, you have the Flying Machine, you have the Skeleton Dragons there. You have the ability, if you're not careful, to give up too much spell value.
Yes.
And we saw that once on the left-hand side with Skeleton Dragons and Flying Machine getting eaten up by one Fireball. And that's a danger with that deck. And the moment that happens against a deck that can create pressure, like the one that Tico is running, that can spell a lot of danger for you. So we saw that happen, and now we go on to game number 2 with the advantage for Tico.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, the other thing that's so great about those Wall Breakers decks, or usually they always have a great tank on the ground, it's a little bit of air support, and then you talked about that cheap offensive pressure you're always able to bring that you just can't ignore. There's other win conditions out there in the game, especially being a mortar bait player for as long as I have, where I've sent in like a miner plus bats or a miner plus spear goblins, and a better beatdown player will just completely ignore them. But ignoring a couple wall breaker sends, that's game over. You can really only ignore one, which is what we saw Famous Kid do, and then it started to really pull his attention away.
So as we go into game number 2, it is Tico who has a lot of cards off the board. He's not worried about losing Drill. Drill's not a concern, and honestly, not worried about losing Wall Breakers.
Yeah.
So this is actually a really great deck for Tico to win with in game 1.
So here we go, going into game number 2. Tico does have 8 cards unavailable, but still so much out there for him to choose from. Electro Spirit and Skelly's first. Could be RG.
Could be RG, could be Quick Royal Hog Cycle deck, although with the Mother Witch does look more like RG right now.
Famous Kid cycling Cannon Cart in the back. Nice King Tower activation there, and Cannon Cart also showing up all over the place. Fascinating, like the reworks of Cannon Cart and how it felt like it being slower actually made it a better card.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it changed the card in a fundamental way, where it was no longer a play at the bridge and get a quick pressure. But the slower did help it, I think, at a higher level, and also made it less of one that rewards lower skill plays.
For sure, because it being slower means that if you have the wherewithal, the quick enough recognition, the fast fingers, you can slide something in front of that cannon cart and make it much more deadly than it was in the past. Like you're talking about, a lot of players used to use it as a sneaky little move, which never worked at the highest level. Now it's very viable at the highest level.
So far, it is Famous Kid with the advantage here in Game 2. As we pass the midway point of regulation time, 16:01 is the mark on the left-hand side as Tico sets up his first Royal Giant to the right lane.
And this already, when you just look at this deck from Tico, this is a dangerously fast deck that can cycle insane amounts of Royal Giants on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a moment where we saw 3 RGs on the board with one of them falling off as that second one came down at the bridge in the opposite lane. We'll see if Tico's able to make that happen, because that's going to be his best way to deal with just the Goblin Cage and a very low amount of single target DPS.
That was a really well-timed Royal Hogs push out of Famous Kid, able to get one piggy on the right-hand side behind the behind that cannon cart. I love the 3-1 push. I think the 3-1 push is really underutilized, and what's nice about the 3-1 push is it makes your opponent make decisions, and if they're not ready for that decision, it can be so punishing.
For sure, and that's exactly what happened right there with Tico. He didn't know what to defend. He over-defends the 3 side, but that 1 hog side actually had a tank there for the cannon cart. A lot of damage comes in, and I agree with you, man. I think the 3-1 push, where that 1 hog goes to support a weak unit, is really masterful when you talk about being able to play Royal Hogs. It's also really important.
And speaking of important, spell is Lightning here for Tico, which obviously creates a lot of challenges when you're up against this deck in particular. There's so many troops there that don't give you any real value for Lightning. So we've seen it once, but it's just making this matchup really difficult. If Famous Kid can get this defense locked down, he probably should be okay in this matchup.
And he totally has it. The fact that that pig spawned and actually distracted the fisherman for a second makes it that much easier to defend. Yes, damage does come in, but it's just not enough to really worry about here with this Royal Hog Send coming down the lane.
Logs, Mother Witch, Fireball to clear some room, and that's going to be a ton of damage, 352, and at this point it's just Famous Kid, hey, don't make a mistake here, and you've got this going to game number 3.
So with 220 remaining, Log going to come in. That is enough for a Fireball to take it out of play. A very fast cycle going to come in from Famous Kid, and we are going to go to game number 3.
You know, interesting choice here for Tico going with the RG cycle. Well, I think Lightning's the hardest choice of this whole thing, right? Lightning's one of those cards that when you get like the limited number of matchups that Lightning can really punish right now, it's really nice to get. But Lightning doesn't have a lot of matchups that it punishes at this moment that are really popular in duel mode.
I think when you take Fireball out of play in game number 1, which is what we saw Tico do running that Wall Breaker Goblin Drill deck, you have to have an ability to do a lot of splash damage. And you know what? One way that we've seen that work a lot in Game Stars is, and it would have worked well actually in the deck that we just saw, swap those Skellies out for a delivery. Just something like that. Just something small enough to give you good splash damage so that those smaller troops or those single target troops can clean those piggies up. But right now in this situation, like you talk about, when that 3-1 split went in both directions, it was really hard to pick and choose. He could have just dropped a Royal Delivery on one side, defended the way that he did on the other. Maybe he's down an Elixir, but he would have been able to save that insane amount of damage that came in from the cannon cart. And also, you know, talk about spell power, that shield helps a lot.
It's absolutely massive. And little update as we're waiting here for game number 3 in this matchup. In Group A, currently undefeated. The list gets smaller and smaller. Vinicius, a name that I'm not sure who that is. Lord Stanley, Ducci, Legend Gamer, Asuna, Ian 3-0, Mamor I think that's Russian, Agony King, X-Fighter, and Mod Robot. Those are your current 3-0s in Group A.
Taking a look here at Tico for you guys. We talked a lot about Famous Kid. Tico has a personal best of 8.6K on ladder. He's currently ranked 56th in the world. So that's like the last spot, right? 56?
Yep, that's the very last spot.
That's the very last spot. So he is getting some practice in before the LCQ, and he's of course a 20-win player here. So Tico playing very well against Famous Kid, all knotted up here at 1. Let's see if he can come out on top. That's great practice against one of those guys that is going to be at our World Finals.
Some updates on Group B here. Air Surfer does move to 3-0, and so does Mohammad Light. So 2 guys you expected to be at the top at Group 3. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3 here between Famous Kid and Tico and see how this one shakes out.
We'll stop and stare here to start. Don't see that quite as often these days.
You know, it's always nice to take a little breath and relax and think about the important things in Clash Royale, Andrew. Like, what will I play tomorrow? Will I play my comfort deck, or will I try something I say All Pro used and fail with it miserably?
Then get angry and then go back to my comfort deck.
Heal Spirit from Tico and misses the Bandit, so a nice little leapfrog connection there for Famous Kid to kick things off.
Yeah, and Tico here going with a Heal Spirit, which is always fascinating. We've seen Three Musketeers popping up just a little bit more, but still doesn't feel competitively viable. Probably going to be Ram versus Ram, but we'll find out.
Yeah, E-Barbs and Heal Spirit, you can see how that could get frustrating.
Could also be Royal Giant, as we have seen Royal Giant with Heal Spirit and E-Barbs, and I guess we'll probably figure out just a little bit more as this P.E.K.K.A works down the lane here for Famous Kid.
Yeah, that's a nice elixir advantage for Famous Kid. He's just going to stack this one up on the left-hand side. Cannon Cart will do nicely with a little bit of Heal Spirit distraction.
And look at that, Rich. Just a straight overwhelm deck here at the bottom of our screen. No true win condition, although Bandit, E-Barbs, and Royal Ghost have all been considered them at certain times. And I'm sure if you talk to a lot of people out there in the world right now, Mother Witch just is a win condition.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm very curious about what Tico thought he was going to be matching up against in game number 3 to go with this as his choice. Of course, if he can shut down that defense, great, but the hard part here is no phenomenal counter for that Ram Rider. Nothing that can kill it fast enough. Snowball can slow it down, so you have to overkill on Ram Rider and then hope that turns into a really nice counter push.
Honestly, looks like he was probably looking, Rich, for Royal Hogs, right? Because he doesn't have a building, but he has a lot of great splash damage, and all that is going to turn into a massive counter push. Especially when you talk about double and triple elixir, you could really go for that overwhelm, but against just the Ram Rider and a P.E.K.K.A, it does become just a little bit more difficult because things like the E-Barbs have a lot less value and a great lightning.
Yeah, P.E.K.K.A on skates, Ram Rider connects, Lightning gets some good value. Heal Spirit, though, Heal Spirit does turn this into a relatively dangerous counter push.
Really fascinating when you talk about the fact that in 2 exchanges, Famous Kid has been able to take this tower down to 772 with that Bandit connection early on and that Ram Rider connection right there. It already feels like so little has happened in this game, but it does feel like Tico's already out of it. Obviously not the case as we're just getting into overtime, but a mountain to climb ahead of him.
Well, you see Tico's goal there. I'm surprised by this cannon cart. He's just trying to sell out on the right-hand side if he can in time. It looked like Tico's concept here was to overkill on defense and then Heal Spirit once it's over and try to be able to counter push there.
Yep.
And he didn't go for that here. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for that here with the snowball, slow it down, overkill, and try to counter push one more time. But he made the choice to go opposite lane with the cannon cart, and there you go. GG, well played. Famous Kid taking the win in game 3.
Yeah, you get one good Heal Spirit with that deck, with the amount of beefiness that all those troops have, and it can be a devastating turn in just the drop of a dime, but it doesn't happen even once in that game. Heal Spirit actually not being able to find a good spot at all for Tico. Famous Kid moves on.
So there we go. We're going to take a short break here for a couple of minutes as we get ready for round number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with some excellent matchups as we get into round 4 and beyond.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our own way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive. What's your weakness? What's your type? Somehow I wanna know all about you. Deep connection lights a spark. Like you already know me when we dance in the dark. We're dreamers. We live it. We're dreamers. We're doing this in our own way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, 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 we come alive. Yeah, we come alive. Oh, 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 we come alive.
She was in love with a boy, in love with a girl, so in love with the world, so beautiful. She was in love with the night, the way the sun shines. All she needed was light to have to hold, and nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, and everybody wondered if would she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you wanna laugh, then live it better. If you want love, then stay together. If you wanna smile, then be forever. She was the curious kind. To hate, she was blind. Always love on her mind.
And welcome back, everybody. Glad to see you here. If in case you've forgotten the time period, we were gone for 4 minutes. This is Royale Masters, what it is, as a Clash Royale competition that people are playing in. Who am I? I'm Rich Slayton. Who's that? That's Andrew Guy, and we're here with you. By the way, it's Saturday. I think in most places. Maybe it's Sunday where you are. I don't know how time works exactly, but whatever day or time it is, hi, how are you? Welcome.
Time is just a construct of our imagination, man.
That's fair. That's fair. I think you're right. Time doesn't actually exist, and physics is wrong. That's what I've been saying for a long time. By the way, Andrew, is I'm against physics. It's a weird thing to be against as far as science goes.
It's strong. It's a big stand there. And taking a look here at our groups, Rich, I think you were saying that we were just getting into group or round number 4 for all of these groups. Looks like Group C is just starting their round number 4 as groups A and B are getting through their round number 4. And let's talk to some of these. Actually, you know what? Better idea. Let's hop into a game. That's way more fun.
Ooh, and here we go. Current number 2 player in the world. Number 1 by some people's measurements. We'll see how it goes. Either way, Lucas, number 2 on the CRL standings here for CMG up against Mr. Alpha.
Yeah, and Lucas rocking an old school Lava Loon deck here with minions. Fascinating stuff, and Archer's going to be a nice way to, or excuse me, Arrow's going to be a nice way to take that Princess out of play, but a lot of other bait aspects to deal with here.
And very interesting, yeah, variation on that side of it. The Bandit bait is always fascinating, right? Because Bandit's not typically a bait deck card. I've tried it out a little bit. It does create some interesting pressure, but the big question right now is how's Mr. Alpha going to hold up against this final onslaught? Although he's getting in. Bandit does dash on tower.
Goodness.
The Goblins, they send us to a final. It's going to be a 3-crown game here, folks, and I feel like the 3-crown game has to favor Lucas.
Yeah, it looks like it's already happening right now. The rocket hits everything except for the balloon, which is probably the card you needed to hit second most because there was Inferno there. And Lucas doing what Lucas does, making a very close game look incredibly one-sided.
Yeah, that was, man, that was a wild. We got late to that game, and we got all the most wild moments from that one. So nice game number 1 win here from Lucas. And very excited to get a chance to watch him a little bit. Of course, we'll be seeing him a bunch this, not this weekend, but this December for CRL World Finals. And of course, lots more Clash Royale between now and then. Next weekend is the Clash Royale League Last Chance Qualifier, where you'll see tons of these players. So go ahead and make sure you don't miss that. And then, of course, this competition has tomorrow our weekend championship, and we still have the LCQs for this. And the playoffs for the Royale Masters. So if you haven't yet, if you're on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Twitch, follow or subscribe as well. Do you, whichever one you feel like you're into. And of course, follow everything on Twitter.
Yeah, over 500 players out there in the world competing for $5,000 just this weekend, and amongst those are guys like this, and Alf Q, I don't know, for some reason I want to call him Alpha, but it says Alpha Q, against Lucas, who Lucas playing a very kind of odd deck there. You wonder if when you see decks like that come out from someone like Lucas, who you know plays all the things in the current meta, he's a master with all of them, if this is the type of deck he goes, all right, if we're going to go duels format at CRL, which is very different than Royale Masters, this is a great deck that doesn't use a lot of other cards out there that are popular. Obviously, Lava and Loon are used, so you can't use those, but when you talk about the rest of those things with, you know, minions being used out there, just a little bit off, and then like you were talking about with that bait deck, I really do like the Bandit bait deck. There's something fun about it, being able to create that much pressure on the front and back end, but it does feel like there's a reason why that deck has never really kind of climbed to the top of what is considered the bait archetype.
Yeah, it's a hard one, right? Because bait already has so much offensive pressure in it, and then you add one more card that doesn't give you a ton of defensive utility in the Bandit, and it makes it for a very strange choice. And here, talking about pretty down the middle choices, it's Royal Hogs here for Lucas.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what Alf will be coming out with. I wonder if it's going to be Miner Cycle with Rocket. But here, taking a look at our leaderboards, Rich, a lot of players here that have gone undefeated in sets, but only one player has been, or two players have been completely undefeated in their games, and Ian looking to join them as well. Excuse me, three players with Agony King there at the bottom, 6-0.
Yeah, I believe Ian finished his round 3 matchup, but I might take a moment there to update. Ah, that's right. Ian had a first round bye, so while he's undefeated in match play, he only has 4 games played so far. In Group B, we can see Air Surfer at the top, currently 6-0. Mohammad Light also 6-0 as well. These guys have all, that's all game records. These guys have all won their matches. The important thing to keep in mind about the win rates here is it's opponent's win rate that gives you that current standing. So same thing here in Group C. You do see some recognizable names. Most importantly, though, the standout name here is the young rookie Arden Toas.
Yeah, Arden Toas doing great work, 6-1 on his games. He's been an exceptional competitor all 3 of the weekends that we've been running Royale Masters, so no surprise to see him doing what he does here in Group C. Seok also playing well there in Group C, and then as we go over to Group D, maybe our most stacked group here, we have Jorge Luis down in that 9th place spot, who you guys all know. Tico, Famous Kid, Awesome MK, Gabo, and Wero, all big-time pros there in our top 5 spots.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty group there on that right-hand side. So here we go. Back to our Game 2 here. Lucas running a fairly fast cycle version of Royal Hogs. I don't know if this is the 2.8 version of Royal Hogs up against Alpha, who Minor Rocket Cycle. There was a moment where Minor Rocket Cycle seemed like it was making a comeback and then kind of fizzled out again. Kind of surprised to see it here today.
Yeah, I think it was Lapacati, maybe sounds correct, as one of the first players to ever play this deck in the competitive scene. And, you know, that almost speaks the story for everyone out there in the world that might want to try this deck out. You have to be such a master of recognizing your opponent's cycle, their elixir, because you can never overspend on those rockets. And honestly, as you get into double and triple elixir, those rockets are where the majority of your damage is going to come from. So not only do you have to play perfect defense, you have to also be completely on top of your opponent's elixir and cycle count. And right now, Alpha doing a great job of that.
Well, this is a great call from Alpha with the Tesla and the delivery, right? So you're going to see the EQ comes in, but delivery should drop right on this. And even though you get a Royal Hogs EQ push on the right-hand side, you get almost nothing from it because of Tesla delivery.
Yeah, and then, of course, you even have the Fire Spirit or the Log, just in case you need that just extra little bit of cushion here. Rocket going to come out defensively as he recognizes maybe getting beat in his cycle, which is also another thing you have to know when to do. And when I've played Rocket, because it's not a spell that I use a lot, knowing when to defensive Rocket is just as hard as knowing when it is good to offensive Rocket.
Alpha's playing a phenomenal game here. I mean, Lucas is certainly putting on some significant pressure and making this one very, very close. But Alpha just did a great job putting together brilliant defenses and doing a good job varying minors, and that's going to be enough to get the rocket in and get the win. This was a really solid performance here by Alpha against one of the best in the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great performance by him against the best in the world, or one of the best in the world, which I think is a really cool thing to talk about, because this deck is so hard to play at the highest level. And you and I have talked now for season after season about how basically going for minor control or spell cycling to win games at this level, it's really difficult to do, and doing it against someone like Lucas, gotta feel really dang good.
Well, and you even saw Lucas on the latter portion of that making some great pickups with the miner, right? The log to the skeletons in the middle, the hunter getting inside. Lucas is doing a great job, but if you're able to get that damage done early, as we saw, get the advantage early, and then play that shutdown defense, that's really, really good stuff for Alpha. That's going to get a great advantage, and we saw him able to do that in this situation against Lucas playing what on paper feels like it should be good, but again, you get Royal Hogs and EQ in, you spend 9, and your opponent goes ahead and just goes with spending 7 with the Tesla delivery to go ahead and shut you down. That's going to be difficult every single day.
Yeah, the numbers that you're talking about there are so incredibly crucial to the conversation because of exactly what you're saying in that negative trade. Your opponent can always overspend and still have something left remaining. With what you're talking about, just the Tesla and the delivery should do it. So the Earthquake comes in, you have the log, you have the Fire Spirit, you can spend all of that and still break even. All the while, you should be able to send out 2 miners, one on the front end, one on the back end, which ends up being 2 offensive rotations for you to only 1 for them, and the only damage they're getting is actually through that Earthquake.
And spending 8, I misspoke there with the pigs and the EQ, but quick math, I stopped math after junior year of high school. Let's put it that way.
Paid to talk, not to think.
There you go. Nice little Mother Witch to pick up those bats high, as we are seeing drill wall breakers out of Mr. Alpha in game number 3, and a nice bandit connection on the right-hand side for Alpha.
Yeah, Lucas not able to get on top of that. 1569, going to be pretty even here with that Mother Witch doing work on the left-hand tower, but a Firecracker remains.
And here's our leaderboard from Group D. You can see Wero still on top here, but we do have Will moving up into that number 2 spot. Good spot for him. And, of course, we'll keep these leaderboards coming to you as we get more information. There's an important one in Group D. Take a look at there in the 8th spot, Hasiel, who's a rookie that people thought was going to have a really great year this year. Has not quite turned out to be what he expected, but another person in the class of 2021 who looks like they might have a chance to really take a big spot in 2022.
That's just rough defense there. You saw the Bandit go try to get on top of those wall breakers. Wall breakers both go off, bring that Bandit down to a sliver of HP, then dashes towards the MK, gets taken off the board with that splash damage of the MK. His big gloves. So Lucas just not really on top of this wall breakers deck, at least in this moment. 1352 to 919, but single elixir is where this deck is the strongest.
And no pickup for the Bandit. So you're running Dark Prince, which hard counters are supposed to hard counter the drill, but you just don't have anything fast enough to pick up that full drill Bandit wall breakers push. He's going to get the tower down on the left-hand side here and the connection on the right-hand side, but man, the defense against that push, really difficult when you are in the full tower situation.
And you know, talking about what just happened there, it feels like there must have just been a bit of an overspend on that last offensive push here by Mr. Alf, because, you know, being able to get that much damage in completely uncontested on the left-hand side was huge for Lucas, who felt like he was pretty far behind for just a very quick moment.
What an interesting play, the pocket Firecracker out of Mr. Alpha trying to really push that. You don't see a pocket Firecracker play often, especially not when the opponent tower is at 1633.
Well, yeah, and when you talk about being able to deliver damage to all those units behind that you need to get on top of, like the E-Wiz and that Mother Witch, the Firecracker is just a great way to support, and maybe Alpha just feeling good about his cycle. As you can see, he's got that second Firecracker on the board here on the left-hand side, but a second P.E.K.K.A. down on the right for Lucas.
Yeah, I don't know what you can feel good about when there's this much stuff on the board. P.E.K.K.A. down, Ram Rider behind, and that's going to be a pull with the drill. But that drill not going to do much to slow down the Ram Rider, make it a connection here. Ram should still connect nicely, snowball in, and this should be enough for a GG. Yes, it is.
Yeah, you know, anytime you see a second P.E.K.K.A. come down when that first one has like 75% of its HP and very little attention paid to it, it was just a Firecracker going up against that P.E.K.K.A. on the left-hand side. Lucas gets the second one down on the right, and he goes, I can spend an arm and a leg right here, and there's no way he can stop me.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting. You saw 2 plays there that I thought were curious out of Mr. Alpha. One of those 2 plays was when he played the Firecracker in the pocket that early.
Yeah.
It felt like he was going for extra damage he didn't need in that moment. But the second one was the MK being played on the P.E.K.K.A. on that left-hand lane. Your MK is your best way to shut down that Ram Rider offensive push. You put a Mega Knight onto a P.E.K.K.A., which is not the greatest matchup between. It's like putting a sword against a balloon. So that's kind of a rough one there. I mean, a balloon at a kid's party, not like a lot of balloon in this game. And it seems like that was maybe two major miscalculations. That maybe just it was nerves, maybe it was stress, maybe he was going for something we didn't anticipate. But it seems like those were two key factors in what was already going to be a difficult game.
Yeah, I don't know if I wasn't paying close enough attention to his cycle at the moment. Maybe going for a bandit in the pocket was what he was trying to do instead of that firecracker. But really, either way, neither one a great choice because Lucas was setting up his next big offensive pushes with the P.E.K.K.A cycled in the back. It is tempting to get that bandit up high, but with the tower as healthy as it was, Lucas is going to just eat that damage, whatever it may be, and then just pile on as we saw him do. So yeah, really interesting choices there, especially the MK right on top of the P.E.K.K.A. But, you know, we're going on to the next game here, and we got Bag going up against Paulo in game number 3, and Bag doing Bag things, right? Why not? Goblin Hut freeze with Mother Witch, Zappies, and Flying Machine.
Yeah, I mean, it's all what you always want to see is Bag doing Bag stuff, and here we go. Paulo running minor wall breakers, pretty standard variant here, nothing super outside of the norm.
Wow.
But that Flying Machine going absolutely wild on the right-hand side, that's not what you want to see if you're Paulo.
No, that freeze gets the retarget in. Flying Machine stays on the tower. 509 remains, and Paulo behind by quite a bit here. Poison going to narrow that gap by just a little bit, but still a lot of work to be done on a very healthy right-hand side here for Bag.
Graveyard in on the right-hand side. No true tank across, but arrows still do a lot of cleanup work, and that's
Wow.
a ton of skeleton touches. Flying Machine in. Wave it off. GG, well played. Bag taking the win here in game number 3.
Right now, the Flying Machine, it's just its golden moment in the meta of Clash Royale.
Yep.
So many decks where it finds itself so powerful in on the ground, in the skies, different wind conditions, everywhere. And my goodness, is it just... I don't even... And the other thing I think is so cool about that conversation is I don't think the Flying Machine needs to be changed at all.
Yeah, it's just one of those, it's a factor of dual mode overall. Now, I will say this, I do believe that this version of dual mode makes the Flying Machine slightly less punishing. Yeah. Because if you play Fireball and lose in game number 1, they can't suddenly just go, oh, by the way, you're already down a game and you don't have Fireball. Guess what I'm going to abuse here in game number 2. It does make it slightly less punishing. I think that is an interesting question as to where dual mode ends. This is, I mean, I'm curious what we see when this tournament's over, but I'm torn now between the dual mode of CRL and the dual mode of Royale Masters.
I know, I really do love this format, and I think what's interesting is at least it feels like you need to have Fireball Log in every single one of your decks right now. The only time you don't have Fireball Log is when you're running Earthquake with Log. Otherwise, in this format, if you lose a game, you should always have Fireball in your deck. It just feels so important with what's out there, and looks like we're going to hop into a game here between Arden and Toas. You've heard us talk about him a good amount today, but we haven't quite yet seen him play. This should be a fun one, all tied up at 1 against Amar.
He had a great run in the last monthly qualifier championship. Obviously, Higher was the victor in that one, and Higher was on a tear throughout that entire week of Clash Royale. But Arden and Adriel, both two young players who we've talked about a bunch and who made really good pushes at the end, and two guys, and Arden Toas definitely being one of them, who you feel like could have made the LCQ if they had just been able to turn 16 a bit earlier and be able to actually play throughout the entire season of CRL.
Yeah, and in games 1 and 2 here from Arden Toas going up against Amar. Amar won game number 1, running a double spawner deck with Fireball, E-Barbs, Cannon Cart, Mother Witch, so none of those available. And in game number 2, it was Arden Toas who won with a Graveyard deck with Valkyrie and Archers.
DQ in the chat saying, hello, people. Hello, DQ. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying this great day of Royale Masters. And everyone in the chat here, glad to have you as a part of this wonderful competition. And, of course, we'll see you back here in 2 weeks for the LCQ.
And you see Arden Toas already calling good game here. You look at what Amar brought to the table, an insane amount of bait, and the arrows already out of cycle for Arden Toas means that those skeletons can pile up. 866 remaining on the right-hand side and a lot of time left.
Yeah, this is one of those bait decks where when you play against it, you almost go, dude, how much bait do you need? You don't, you don't like sometimes you lose against it if you're playing a really, really rough deck matchup-wise, but most of the time you're like, okay, I understand the idea of bait, but you now have like 5 cards that all take a log. I can handle those other things as well.
I'm just, and what's so interesting too about these matchups is that the Mother Witch, while so incredibly powerful, does seem to struggle to get the targeting down a lot of times when you talk about that Skarmy, when you talk about that Skeleton Barrel coming in. And of course, if you want to play the Mother Witch as a response to the Goblin Barrel, you're going to take some damage there. So the best things that Arden Toas has in the arrows and the Mother Witch, there's a lot more to deal with on the board.
Yeah, and I guess you mentioned Log being played earlier, so why not go with a deck that is all the baits at once for if you're Amar here. I don't know if you did say Log in the deck that Arden won with, but we're not seeing it here. So, yeah, trying to keep up with what's a fairly annoying version of bait.
Well, and that kind of goes back to what I was just saying, is like it feels like you should have Fireball Log in almost every single deck, unless it's an Earthquake deck. And he ran Snowball and Poison, so instead he goes Fireball plus Arrows instead of Fireball Log, and maybe feeling that a little bit right now.
And this, it's interesting, the Valk kind of giving him fits. He doesn't have a great answer for the Valk on the ground either, so the Valk is able to shut down a lot of his offense and also just make it annoying for him on defense. So kind of a rough go everywhere for Arden. Amar putting the pressure on, and that's going to be tower down left-hand lane. This should be a win here. Should be a win here for Amar.
Yeah, this just feels like one of those 100-0 matchups where even like you're talking about in the Valkyrie, just having a good matchup against the World Recruits, the 6-man, and the fact that that's the only ground unit that he has other than the Zappies, just not going to be what you want to deal with a Valkyrie.
How annoying is that to have a Mother Witch and be up against Skeleton Barrel and Skarmy, and you can't turn any of those, like, you can't even turn them into piggies. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, there is that interaction that feels like it should go the Mother Witch's way between the Skarmy and the Mother Witch, but the Skarmy just focuses on those hogs and takes them all off the board. It ends up usually being a pretty even trade. The only thing that comes out of it is the Mother Witch and her HP, but not you think you see a Skarmy and you get like 20 hogs out of it. It's not the case.
Yeah, not going to happen all the time, so GG, well played. That's going to really disrupt Arden's push for those top spots. We'll see, of course, if someone who does not finish undefeated with 7 rounds, we should see some people with 6-1 make it in, but certainly not easy for anybody, and every single loss does put some more pressure on you.
Some fun matches here going on in Group D. We have Awesome MK against Jorge Luis. We have Wero going up against Famous Kid. That could be a blast. Wero up 1 game over Famous Kid. We have Gabo beating I'm Remaze here in Group D. And looking for any other names, Mini Minter beats someone 2-0 as well. Can't read that name. It's not in this language.
Let's see, Vocest in the Twitch chat asking, hey, Rich, can I get a Hog Rider? Yeah, I would suggest that you try to trade for it. Use one of your trade tokens in chat in your clan. That would be my big suggestion for you here. Taking a look, Burned! Taking a look here at Group A. The undefeated players remaining, Lord Stanley, Vinicius, Anusa, Legend Gamer, Agony King, and I think it's in Russian. And, man, it turns out we're getting word right now that Wero and Famous Kid are going to Game 3. So no way we can't miss that. As soon as that one goes, we'll be jumping right into that matchup. That's going to be a fun one.
Looking at Group B here and some of their undefeated players. Mohammad Light still there near the top, as is Air Surfer. So is Nicola Nicola at 3-1. So right now, when you look at that group, only 5 players still completely undefeated. Air Surfer and Mohammad Light among that group. Audrey, Neverable, and Prezes are the other 3 that are 4-0.
I mean, it's one of those things where you're looking at some of those top players who are in here, and you're Air Surfer and Mo, and you're just sitting there going, at what point are we going to clash into each other?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Pun intended. At what point do we hit? And it's possible that they end up avoiding each other, but the more they keep winning, the more likely it is that we get that matchup. So we'll keep a very close eye to see if they get matched up potentially maybe here around 5.
Yeah, those round 5, 6, and 7 matchups are absolutely insane when you come into those groups that are undefeated, because they have to end up playing each other eventually if that's the case, if they can both stay undefeated. And Group A finally making it into round number 5. Ian will be going up against someone named Ariel Lava King, so it could be tough for Ariel there, as Ian's been playing really nice. Bag will be facing off against someone named X Fighter, as we hopped into that last game there with Bag playing a very odd freeze graveyard deck with Goblin Hut. Why not? And Lucas GSM and Dr. Zaz will be going head-to-head there. 2 more names you guys might recognize from Group A.
And if you guys do want, in the chat, I just put the command there myself, command bracket. You can go look at the bracket yourself whenever you wish. You don't have to wait for us to show it on screen, and you can go and follow along with what matchups are happening and who's winning what and things like that. So command bracket. Also, if you want to get involved in future Royale Masters events, command Discord can get you up for future Royale Masters events. They're doing events in a wide variety of games. I think that right now they're doing Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, and Brawl Stars. I could be wrong on that one. So. But I think they're doing like all of those. They might also be doing like chess, checkers, lawn darts, and a marathon at this point with how many things Royale Masters is doing at once. So go ahead, check out Royale Masters on Discord. You get involved in a whole lot of mobile esports competitions.
Do you ever play Brawl Stars anymore? Just as a quick aside.
Not really. You know, it's one of the funniest thing is that it took me so long. I played for so long and never got a legendary that I kind of got frustrated. And then for some reason, my Wi-Fi has never liked Brawl Stars, despite me having 1,000 gig. Or the fact that I have 1,000 gigs up and down, or I have a gig up and down, not 1,000 gigs. Yes. I have a gig up and down. 1,000 gigs would be insane. I am the internet. I have a gig up and down with Google Fiber, but for some reason, Brawl Stars still just hates my Wi-Fi. So I haven't really been playing it as much, but you know. I think I get enough of my time into the Supercell family with how much time I spend on Clash Royale.
I would definitely say so. I see Viking37 here in the chat saying, hello, Andrew and Rich. Hello to you, my friend.
Hello, Viking. I have a Viking helmet somewhere around here that I used for my E-Barbs costume last year.
I know, I don't think we're dressing up this year. It's kind of a bummer.
Oh, it's so sad. Gotta take that LCQ so seriously. It's not, you know, it's not like a lot of money and World Championships on the line.
Yeah, you know, something that they fought for the entire year. All right, Wero, bottom of your screen, definitely going to go Lava Hound, and there it is coming down on the board, and Famous Kid the other side of it. Could be going to Graveyard.
Yeah, it's possible. It has a lot of the Graveyard pieces here. It's interesting how much Fireball... It used to be that Graveyard just was a poison thing, and this is how much Mother Witch changed that.
Yep, you have to have that Fireball. Just have to have it in the meta. It's so strong.
Lald asking in the Twitch chat, is this dual format? It's a variation of dual format where unlike regular dual format where you can never repeat cards, in this version of dual format, you cannot repeat cards you win with, but you can repeat cards if you have only lost with them.
So looking at the cards that are unavailable for these guys, Wero cannot use Fireball, Bandit, P.E.K.K.A, Mother Witch, Ram Rider, E-Wiz, Dark Prince, or Barrel. And then Famous Kid on the other side of it, one game in number 2 with Lava Minor Guards. So basically everything you see on the screen right now for Wero cannot be played by Famous Kid as these guards take that tower down on the left-hand side. Wow.
Yep, that's one of the things this Lava Minor deck can do.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just nice shutdown play, and no guards in cycle here quite yet, though. So that's huge.
And a late arrows there stops the bleeding. Tower goes down to just above, we'll call it just below, actually, 1,700 HP. A couple of those Larrys sneak in at the end, and with only 37 seconds remaining, we'll see if Wero just pours on the defense. And yes, that's exactly what he's doing.
I see Alex Aaron joining for the first time in chat. Welcome to the chat, and hope you enjoy these remaining few matches that are going to be absolute barn burners as we get further and further up the undefeated ladder.
Tank comes in just in time there with a nice barb barrel, but guards are there for the cleanup along with that flying machine cycle towards the other lane, and that's going to do it.
GG, well played. Famous Kid and Wero. That's a marquee matchup. That's a potential World Finals matchup if Wero does get through the CRL LCQ. Great one, and in the end, it's Wero coming out on top in this one.
Yeah, and Wero playing with all different types of win conditions, but still going back to what's tried and true. You know, we've still seen him play P.E.K.K.A a good amount today, which you love to see. You know, why not? She can be thrown in so many different decks in different spots. She could be traded out for MK in the MK decks. So still going a little comfort, but also going very firmly in the meta with Lava Minor Guards.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those ones where I played it for a little while. It's so fun. It's one of the more enjoyable Lava decks right now too, because of all the different ways it can be played. And of course, as we talked about a lot today, those guards are such an interesting not just an interesting defensive unit, but also now with a lot of versatility to be able to create that pressure on the offensive side.
What I love so much about the Lava Minor Guards version of Lava is that it's such a reactive deck, right? Oh, Fireball comes down on this. Let's play the Fireball comes on Skeleton Dragons. Now the Flying Machine goes down. Or they're going to double down on ground offense. Let's get the guards out. Or, oh, there's something played up high. Now we send in the Minor. It's just such a fun deck, like you said, because it's so much more reactive than, all right, Lava Hound's down now. Now I drop down the Balloon. Now the Lava's getting low. I send in the Minor. And now I Arrows. Like, it's just a little bit more interactive in general, and it's fun, right? It's so fun to take advantage or take a tower in just one push, whether it be with your Flying Machine, with your guards, as we saw there, or the Lava Pups. So I have to admit, man, it is one of the first Lava decks that I've played and enjoyed, and it sounds like we're actually going to hop into the #1 player in the world's game. Is that what I hear?
#1 player in the world, Andrew. Who might that be?
I thought you were saying it was me.
Yeah, I think you actually are. Yeah, #1 player in the world, Andrew. No, I think we're going to be jumping in here with Mohammad Light in just a moment against Assad. So we'll see if that is, in fact, the matchup that we're getting, and we'll know right about now. And kaboom, here we go. So game #1, we're kicking things off here with Mo Light and Assad. And Mo is still undefeated. I believe that means that Assad would be as well.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Stinky Cheese at the top of your screen, most likely when you see Battle Healer out there, and Mo Light at the bottom. Going to go for this version of Wall Breakers with Knight, probably Bomb Tower, Minor, and there it is.
And you're going to see who Air Surfer's playing up against, because, of course, if Mo does get through this one, that's one of those matchups where if Air Surfer also wins, you totally want to see if we get a chance at that one in round #6. But for the moment, it is Mo and Assad, both undefeated here at 4-0.
I was just going to say, this is actually going to be bridge spam. You know, we saw the Magic Archer out, which I was thinking, this is a little odd. Then you see the Electro Wizard, you're like, well, maybe he's trying to go to the ground instead of the Electro Dragon. But definitely going to be bridge spam with Battle Healer. We'll see how that ends up working. Battle Healer coupled with Ram Rider can actually work pretty well, especially when you talk about Battle Healer coupled with Bandit. So be fascinating to see how this goes down.
Minor to the right-hand side, stops that cannon cart way behind everything else. 222 the mark on that right-hand tower.
And I did see someone in the chat asking about leaderboards. Well, here they are for you. We're going to go through these leaderboards. As you can see here in Group A, a handful of competitors still undefeated at 4-0 in sets. These are games, but Lord Stanley, Vinicius, Asuna, Legend Gamer, and Agony King, along with Mamara, all still undefeated through their first 4 rounds.
And Air Surfer is currently 1-up in his match in this 5th round up against Neverable, who's also 4-0 out of, I believe, France. So we'll see if he and Mo are both able to make that matchup more and more likely. So far, it is Mohammad Light with the lead as we go into double elixir time. 1934 the mark on that right-hand tower.
And just to clarify once again, I see there is some confusion in the chat. We are saying games, we are not saying sets. So these are their game win victories, and these are best of 3 sets. So that's how you can be undefeated and still have a game lost, because you've only lost 1 game in any said set.
And Fireball to the Magic Archer, gets one more shot out of that Minor on the right-hand side. So far, game #1, all Mo all the way. You want to talk about how to play Minor Wall Breakers here. Mo certainly capable of it at a very high level. Morton almost exclusively playing Minor Wall Breakers, it seems, from every time I check his account on Inside the Game. So obviously seeing that being played still consistently by the top pros in the game.
And that was an incredible defensive Minor there to catch that Bandit dashing through from Mo. I mean, not just because it's just a great recognition of what's going to come from your opponent, but the fact that he probably played that Minor before the Bandit even came on the map, because it had to travel there, was really impressive. And this is one of those things when you talk about impressive plays in the world, there's not really anyone better, period, than Mohammad Light with a fast cycle deck that has Tesla defensively.
Yeah, and that whole sequence you saw there with the high Tesla, the spears below, and the bats on top, everything about that was exactly what Mo needed to do, and he did it completely perfectly. That was brilliant.
Yeah, and the only, I guess, miscall that we had here was just the fact that Mohammad Light went with the Tesla instead of the Bomb Tower. Usually you'll see the Bomb Tower in this version because the Knight is single target, whereas the other version that's popular is Valkyrie plus Tesla. But you know what? It's Mohammad Light. Why wouldn't he play Tesla?
Yeah, I mean, people have gone back and forth on this one. I guess it's also partially what you expect matchup-wise. Oh, that's a cannon cart connection, and that suddenly erases the lead for Mo as we get the triple.
Wow, cannon cart connection. Knight has to come down up high. Magic Archer comes down on top of the Knight, and just a great moment there. And we get an E-Wiz Bar Barrel here to clean things up, and just like that, man, Assad is in the lead.
Assad's in the lead, but Mo did get a nice little elixir advantage out of that one. The question is, can he turn it into anything? Ram Rider set up way in the back. Fireball to get the Ram Rider and the Magic Archer early, so not worried about tower damage. In that exact moment is Mo. Wall breakers pressure left-hand lane.
And a couple things here in the chat. Kaiser Soze saying that miner had to be a prediction. It's not human to be that fast. Completely agree with you. And then on either side of it, Windsor saying, what's this whole thing with Mohammad Light and Tesla? It's so annoying. Well, imagine how his opponents feel when he plays Quick Cycle with Tesla. Got to be way more annoyed than you are.
And miner to tower, fireball to the bridge. So right now, Mo is focused on winning these bridge fights and just getting more and more chip damage on that right-hand tower, not trying to spend a ton and give up a big-time damage here on his tower, although that Magic Archer could be a problem. Tesla high, fireball in right now for Assad.
No hit.
Will the miner get there in time?
Oh!
And it doesn't! Oh my word! Assad holds on by 12 HP to get the game win over Mohammad Light.
Shovel swing in the air. Miner on the tower, but just a split second longer, and Mohammad Light would have had that game, and you have to give credit where credit is due. We were sitting here praising Mo Light on fast cycle decks, wall breakers decks, and having Tesla in there, and you saw just how precise, how surgical he is in his offenses and defenses, but a really great catch there with the cannon cart coming down, the Knight by Mohammad Light, and the great lineup with the Magic Archer. That's the kind of stuff that you can't let happen when you're running those minor wall breakers decks, and Mohammad Light just caught looking there.
That was nutty, and it's one of those ones too where it's such a hard call. The miner gets to that tower a whole lot faster if it goes to the front inside corner. That's
Right.
the quickest version of the miner. That one hits, but you're also having to make the gamble there of where the pickup comes in. But at that point, I don't know. That's, you know, your rhythm is going to the back there. That's such a hard decision to make. But that miner goes to the front inside tower, and we have Mohammad Light winning by a hair, and that's why I love Clash Royale. It's moments like that.
Oh man, and now Mohammad Light has to reset, come right back in here to game number 2 after losing game 1 by 12 HP. And you know, it's really not often you see someone kind of pull one over on Mo, and that completely happened with that Magic Archer lineup.
Yeah, that was really nice for him. So here we go into game number 2, and after a quick cycle back and forth fight, this time we just get a staring contest.
Yeah, and you see even people in the chat talking about the reason why is because when Mo Light plays Tesla, he wins. And it's true. I mean, it seriously does feel like 90+% of the games where you see Mohammad Light rocking that combination of fast cycle with miner, with Tesla, it's very rare you catch him losing.
Someone asking, is Morton playing a different group? I don't believe Morton's playing in this competition. It's an open qualifier event. I think he's doing other stuff here, maybe relaxing a little bit, working on some content, maybe not trying to show too much of his stuff as he gets prepared for what is, you know, potentially his last World Finals. We'll see if he chooses to come back competitively again after this one, but man, that's one of those guys who's been on the grind for a long time at the highest level, so we'll see what kind of work he's putting in to get ready for December.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the amount of work that an individual can put in Clash Royale, and I do think Morton is unrivaled now after watching him since 2017, the amount of time that he streams, the level that he's always been at competitively, and honestly just who he's kind of been as a person in this space. He's really someone you want to kind of show or set your career afterwards. You'd love to follow in his footsteps. Even just 50% of having Morton's career is going to be better than 90% of the pros that ever play the game. That's
a really good way to put that one. Man, I never even thought of it as 50%, but I'd say 10% of that would be more than enough for me.
Yeah.
Here we go. Finally, a little bit of a push here, looking like Mo Light going with Lava Miner guards.
Yeah.
Against Bowler Loon Freeze.
Yeah, Bowler Loon Freeze definitely taking a pump on the brakes there for almost all of single elixir. Kind of a surprise, but it is still very heavy, and it can win the game in just one push.
Although the log is a bit interesting here in this one for this deck. As the Lumberjack goes out and gets in front and gets one. Oh, just barely does not get that swing on tower.
Yeah, that is a surprise because Assad in game number 1 did not run Snowball.
Miner does tank for a little bit, and those Skelly Drag's going to do a whole lot here for Mo, and that is a massive lead as we approach sudden death overtime. 965, and Assad does not have a whole lot going on.
No, he does not. Now he's just going to work in the same lane as this Lava because Mohammad Light knows that this is a long game. There's 2 minutes left, and he has an insane lead. He can either just defend for the rest of the time, because Assad is the one, balls in his court. He has to make something happen.
And getting all pulled together here. And now a nice Lumberloon push coming in from Assad. Skeleton Dragons looking the wrong direction. I don't think Assad freezes here. I think he lets this one die and makes the right call.
Yeah, and someone's in the chat saying that this is definitely Assad's matchup. Well, maybe not against Mohammad Light, though. Mohammad Light doing a good job making sure that if that freeze did come in, he still had his arrows ready to go to take that balloon out of play. And that's what you need to do at the highest level. You got to make sure that you trust in your defense and you always have that split-second, last-second response in case your opponent tries to do something cheeky, which is really kind of the name of the game when you talk about freeze.
And distraction on the right-hand side for that Inferno Dragon. A lot coming on the lane on the left-hand lane. Doesn't really get much out of it, though. Arrows a chip just a tad more. 965 on that right-hand side, and Mo not just playing defense on the left, but continuing to play offense on the left as well.
Yeah, bringing that tower down to the lower of the two on the left-hand side between 1731 and 1976, but now going to have to deal with this push. Flying Machine comes down up high, and so does the Cage. I don't think you freeze here either.
No, and it's going to be a real choice of when you pull a freeze out defensive or pull a freeze out offensively here. And now we see the minor Skeleton Dragons push to the right-hand side to put a little bit more value over there. Final 25 seconds left, and the mark is 6:29. And now it's going to be Lumberloon push into the right-hand lane from Assad.
And that's just a really great minor plus push there on the right-hand side, because you see the Flying Machines going to town on the left-hand side because Assad had to ignore it, and he had to overspend on the right-hand side because he couldn't fall that much farther behind. And then comes this out-of-sequence loon push on the right. Too little, too late, doesn't even need to play the Mega Minion there, and Mohammad Light has been very vocal about how strong this deck is. He's played a lot of Grand Challenges, won a lot of Grand Challenges with it lately, and you can see all that practice paying off right here over Assad, game number 2.
There we go, all tied up between these two, and we'll keep you noted also on a matchup happening in Group D right now. Hasiel and Wero, with Wero currently up 1 on that matchup.
Yeah, it's just so... It doesn't feel fair when someone like Mohammad Light, who is that good at fast cycle, can also just turn around and play something like Lava the way that he does. And it really, for me, at least from what I've been watching lately and following along with on Twitter, I think it's like the CMC bot that shows you all the Grand Challenge winners. It feels like Mohammad Light has been winning a lot of them lately, and he has really been loving this deck. I'm sure we'll see him play it at World Finals.
Well, this is one of those interesting moments for a guy like Mo, right, who's been so good for so much of the year, but the fourth quarter of this year, like the final couple of months of CRL, it did feel like maybe he was experiencing a little bit of burnout as we got into the last 2 of our monthly qualifiers. And so now it's one of those questions, right, where you've been so good for the whole year, you've been the #1 player in the world, pretty much consensus for a nice 7-8 month run, and now you have to make sure you dig deep and find that motivation for World Finals. So this is one of those ones where I'm not surprised to see Mo grinding so hard, because to come to World Finals and not have a phenomenal showing, if not a World Championship at this stage, feels like it would be a pretty big letdown for a player of this caliber.
And, you know, if you guys follow along with Mohammad Light at all publicly on Twitter, you'll see that he was very, very vocal about why he was falling out of kind of the competitive scene in that last meta. He hated the last meta. He hated Goblin Drill. He couldn't find a good place for it. He felt like the best things about Mohammad Light did not shine through in that current meta. So staying motivated, Rich, was really, really difficult for him. So doing what the Supercell team does, they come out with those incredible last large set of balance changes, and just like that, Mohammad Light is back, but still maybe trying to pick up that same momentum he had earlier on in the year. And this is a great place for him to do it at Royale Masters. You know, you talk about someone like Morton not being here because he needs to focus in his own unique way. Well, Mohammad Light and Lucas want to play against the best in the world to get ready to face off and hopefully beat the best in the world at our World Finals.
And Asana asking us, are there any more qualifiers? Not for this specific version of Royale Masters, but if you follow Royale Masters on Twitter, and of course follow Esports Royale on Twitter, and follow the 2 of us, by the way, you can go ahead and always find information. So when Royale Masters comes back, we'll make sure you know. When the next big open competition comes back, we'll make sure you know. And of course, when CRL kicks off in 2022, we'll make sure you know.
And I'm pretty sure, and I'm going to ask production right now, or maybe you can tell me. Actually, well, I'll answer this first. Okay, so I got them both at the same time. So anyone can join the LCQ. It's just a lot that needs to get done for you guys there next weekend. I'm sure we'll have a lot of competitors out there and a lot of the highest tier, top tier talent that didn't actually make it in to those top few spots. So we'll see there. And then someone asking here in the chat, yo, commentators, are we getting heroes? Just give us the juicy details. Well, I believe we are getting them. I have no idea when. I have no idea what they'll look like, but your guess is as good as mine at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it's been teased pretty heavily, so something game-changing is coming to Clash Royale, so it should be fun to watch. And again, yeah, I must have misspoke earlier, just to reiterate in case you missed it, the Last Chance Qualifier is an open Last Chance Qualifier for people. So, yeah, go ahead and make sure you show up and see if you can make it happen.
So here we go. Just kind of hanging. Yeah, thanks, commentators. No problem. Thanks for casting. We got you, Death Adder. This is what we do. We've been doing it for a very long time. It's crazy to think that next year in 2022, we will officially have been on these desks for a calendar 5 years. We started in 2017 and then getting into 2022. Such a trip, man. Half a decade we spent on these desks.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey for sure. I mean, all the way from portrait mode to landscape. So
I forgot.
We've been all over the place here with Clash Royale, from portrait mode to landscape to Japan to China to sunny Los Angeles. We've done it all, and here we are waiting for our next matchup here in this Royale Masters event. Let's see. 3Lim asking, can you give me Pass Royale for free? Yes. What I can do is I can. Here's what you do: is you take your app, and then you hit Buy Pass Royale. And then you just pretend that it was for free.
And then if you type in code RICH, it'll actually give you a discount code to pay the exact same price, but it'll send some love Rich's way. So all of it works out for you, man. That's how you get your free Pass Royale. Just go ahead and fill all that information in, and it'll be sent towards you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and you know what? I believe in you. So I think that when you get the Pass Royale, finally the card levels will change for you, and that all the things that prevented you from being the best player in the world will be fixed in that moment. So go ahead, get it, and yeah, use code RICH. Why not? Let's go ahead and jump in to our third and final. Oh, never mind. We're on to, yes, third and final for Famous Kid and Wero. Let's go.
Oh, wait, no, that's the... Yeah, it's going to be Assad and Molite, so you were right. But, yep, you guys are with us. Famous Kid and Wero. We'll see if we can catch that some other time, you know, back in the past, because we saw it. This is Molite and Assad, game number 3 coming your way.
And now it's Assad's turn to go lava, after Mo took the lava win in game number 2. Hey, Lizardbag says, guys, it works. I got Pass Royale. Dude, yeah, just put in code RICH. And you get, and then spend $5, and you will get Pass Royale. It's a really easy trick that I came up with.
Such an interesting set of interactions there. You saw the Mega Minion come down up high to get on top of the Knight, but also tank for the Lava Hound, but then the Knight walked past, the Mega Minion sneaks behind the lava, and Molite ends up defending with nothing on his tower.
And good protection here on the Mother Witch, just forcing Assad, and it doesn't turn into damage, but it forces, or not significant damage, but it forces Assad to spend more elixir. And there are some moments there where you have to do, and this is one of the things that separates a pro player, or like separates, how about tiers, is moves that you do knowing they won't result in damage, but knowing that they're going to force your opponent to spend more elixir and put you in a positive situation. Now the curious part here, and this must be because of cycle, Mo decides not to take that elixir advantage and instead sit back and let Assad catch up on elixir and get the correct response to whatever's coming next.
Yeah, it is an interesting moment of patience there by Mo, but he must know exactly, I mean, he obviously knows exactly what he's going up against, and he just doesn't see it as an opportune moment. DC the Boss in the chat, I used code RICH this month, baby. Heck yes.
Let's go. I promise to use all the proceeds on something frivolous, like more sunglasses.
Miner gonna go right on top of that Mother Witch, and now Mohammad Light gonna have to play some great defense. Easy cleanup there with the Inferno plus Fireball combo, and just showing us once again why he's the best out there.
Yeah, Snowball, Fireball, Inferno Dragon. Oh, and a Tesla on top of that. So lots of solid air counters here. And yeah, we saw Mo do two things that lower level players don't necessarily do. We saw him spend elixir to force out elixir rather than actually just get damage. And then we saw him give up that exact same elixir advantage in order to make sure he had the correct cards in defense. So yes, two things that really are part of why we talk about him being the #1 player in the world, besides the fact that he is currently ranked #1 in the world.
Yes. And that second thing that you mentioned, Rich, is honestly the hardest one of all the above, right? And well, actually, no. Being #1 in the world is the hardest one. The second hardest thing is being able to recognize you have an elixir lead and just kind of let it go out the window because of cycle. And that's something that, like, I don't even know if I've even done that. I think I have, maybe, on accident.
Fireball on the right-hand side, and now Graveyard starting to put in the pressure on that left-hand tower. Going to be under 1500 HP, and the big oops out from Assad.
Yeah, the snowball comes in to slow those guards down. What's crazy is the pigs sneak up from the Mother Witches and get some good damage in on the front end. 2 Mother Witches on the board, and you know they have deceptively higher health than you want them to have, and this fireball means that this is not going to stop. Look at that. Mohammad Light pouring it on.
This is just relentless right now, and that's the greatest way to put it. You say pouring it on, and man, down to 528. Just getting drowned right here is Assad.
Yeah, and it's not often you see 2 Mother Witches up high at the river, but Mohammad Light knows what he's going up against. He knows Arrow is the only response there. And again, yeah, just like you said, man, relentless pressure here and doing a great job protecting his Mother Witch. How did he even have all those responses ready to go? Skelly's on one side, Knight on the other, Arrows plus Miner plus, I think Mega Minion came down just for that Mother Witch.
Smart flying machine there out of Assad. That's actually brilliant. The flying machine that's alive has been there since the last sequence. The one in the middle there to force the fireball onto that side. That was a really, really good move here. It's not going to be enough to win this matchup, but it was the right call there from Assad.
And someone in the chat here named Julesy23, maybe you guys have heard of him. He knows Mohammad Light pretty well, being one of the best analysts in the game, in the space, in all of CR. He just says, did you guys like my snipe? I did. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, looks like it's working out pretty well here.
Yeah.
I think Assad didn't like it, though. If I were to guess, I would say that he wasn't a fan of it. So,
and Fireball, just a split second early there, maybe the only misplay that came in from Mohammad Light for this entire 5 minutes. And you got to love the analyst showing up to get the glory. Julesy, great job there on that call. That was a beautiful matchup there for Mohammad Light.
Yeah, well, the only thing that would have made that better is if the moment he said, "How do you like my snipe?" if Mo threw. Would have been the only thing that would have made that better is that sort of moment. Of course, Mo's not going to throw there. He's #1 in the world and stays undefeated here. And we'll see. I got to go check in on Air Surfer and see if we are going to get a shot at a Mo versus Air Surfer matchup.
Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. And taking a look through here, some of these groups: Wero 4-0 still, Tuvia 4-1, Hasiel 4-0, as that battle between the two of them still rages on. Let me see if I can give you guys an update on the score there. 1-1.
Air Surfer did win. Air Surfer won, so they might be. We're getting close to them being. Oh man, I think there's one other undefeated player in that group.
There is Hasiel and Wero going into game number 3. That could be a fun one for us to hop in on. Wero won game 1 with a 3 crown, going MK Spawners with Witch and Mother Witch. What a fascinating deck. He goes double Spawners with Furnace and Hut, and then MK, and then double Witch, Mother Witch, regular Witch. Never seen anything like that before.
That's a lot of things that make me hurt. Yeah. I think I actually just got heartburn from that one. So thank you very much. This stream sponsored by Tums now to help me get fixed on that one. Looking at Group B, which is one of the nasty groups here, we have 3 players at 5-0 that I can see. Mohammad Light, Air Surfer, and Prez's XD. So if the Clash Royale gods are nice, they're going to give us Mo versus Air Surfer.
Yeah.
If they are cruel, Battlefy, please don't be cruel. We'll get Prez's in there. But here we go into game number 3 of another great matchup, Wero and Hasiel. So, you know, you're talking 2 of the best players out of Mexico going head-to-head in a deciding match for an undefeated record.
And you see here Wero going from double spawners to, can't remember what he ran in game number 2, and now going to bait. So pretty interesting stuff here. He's just playing everything today, and you love to see it. And this is the bait deck that used to have Prince plus Rascals, but this time Wero opts for the cheaper version, going Dark Prince. What's
Rascals bait?
Someone asking, what's the code for free pass? And someone in the chat going, it's code Rich. Got your back.
Thank you. L'chaim. I'll cheers you with my sweet tea. That's a bit of damage there on the right-hand side, and that's the nasty thing that bait does. Get you trapped there up high, and then a little bit extra chip damage down low, and the Dark Prince doesn't connect for Hasiel. Wero now with the advantage, 2196 to 1590, and pour it on.
I love this question here in the chat, Rich. It's from Torjube. It says, can someone quantify how much is a player's contribution on winning a game in comparison with the analyst? And that's a really great question. I don't know if I can give you a specific 60-40, 50-50. Obviously, the player has to execute the things that the analyst has prepared for them, but never finding yourself in 100-0, 0-100 matchups is something that is irreplaceable. You cannot do that on your own. That's why analysts are getting paid. So, I don't know, man. Do you have a number in mind?
That's tough. Here's what I would say, is that at the top level, you need great analysis. But a great player can overcome a bad analyst.
Yep.
A great analyst cannot overcome having a bad player they're analyzing for. So I would say that it has to lean on the player to a degree. It's why they're the one earning the big bucks and breaking off a piece for the analyst rather than the other way around. But, you know, when you get to the top level, and that's going to be a pretty rough one here for Hasiel.
2 Dark Princes right there on your Princess Tower with a Dark Goblin to boot, and that's a nice play by Wero, who we have watched do nothing but win today. And yes.
Yeah, that's what he does. He wins a lot, and GG Wero, so I believe he remains undefeated.
Yeah, I liked it, and I like what you're saying there about the analyst. It is very true. An analyst can't help a bad player, but a great player with a good analyst becomes one of the hardest things in this game to beat.
Yeah, Julesy saying in the chat here, he would know 100% players who work much harder than you. Let's put it this way, right? If Julesy, who's the best coach / analyst in the game, if you gave him me or Andrew to work with, you would not be getting monthly championships. It'd be physically impossible. But if you had me or Andrew do analysis for Mo could probably still win some championships. He wouldn't win them as dominatingly as he does with Julesy, but he's good enough he could probably be like, okay, even if Rich got a wrong call, I can outplay some of these matchups.
It might be a fun experiment for Julesy to coach someone like you or myself, because he'll continue to put us in 100-0 matchups that we can't lose, and we will lose them. So that could be fun for him to see, well, you know what? I thought this was a great matchup. I thought there was no way to lose this, but Rich and Andrew, you've proved me wrong once again.
Yeah, that's that's very true. You know what? I'll try to be an analyst at some point. I do see in the chat here, he's said it a couple times. It's my call saying, "Rich, you look like the rapper LP." I was listening to RTJ4 today in the car, so I like the reference. Nice work.
We also have here that I love to see is Julesy once again saying, haha, exactly. Otherwise, I would just do analysis for my own. Yeah, totally, right? He's the analyst. He's got the brain for it, but he can't actually put it into practice. That's why players need coaches and vice versa. This is my first live Clash Royale live stream, says Turbo Ian. Well, hey, man, welcome. Glad to have you here. You're just a little bit late to the party, but we're definitely glad to have you here no matter what, as we're about to start round number 6 in just a little bit.
You know what, Andrew? I won't say he's late. I'd say he's right on time for the best matches of the day, right? We are getting into these big fire matchups. So, you know what? They used to say that on time is late and early is on time. Well, not for you today, Ian. For you today, late is on time for the best stuff in the game.
Top players in Group D going through round number 5. The only players that are completely undefeated still are Awesome MK, Wero, and SMC McSweat, excuse me. So congratulations to McSweat, as he has joined 2 pros in Awesome MK and Wero amongst the top 3 of Group D.
And we're down to only 3 players in Group A who I can see are currently undefeated, 5-0. Lord Stanley, Vinicius, and Agony King. Your 5-0s in Group A. A lot of players at 4-1, so we'll have some, at least 1, if not 2 lost players who make it into that top 4.
Group C starting their round number 6. Some great matches in here. We have Lucas versus Alexi, but if you go to the very bottom of this group, we have Furkan versus Mini Ligan. So 2 great pros out there. It could be a fun one to watch. We also have Amar, who we just saw play very well against Siak. So a few that are still kicking here in Group C, and those are the top players from that respective group.
You might be able to tell by my lack of a poker face here, and I can hear the production booth in the chat. You know, everyone, we have, every once in a while, the stars align. You know, you walk out of your house, you find a $5 bill. You get to the corner, you realize that $5 wasn't enough to get the burrito you wanted, and the guy goes, dude, you're here every week. Get me back next time. And you get a free burrito that you know you'll pay back, though, because you're a good person. You go to the light to cross the lane, and it actually turns green for you immediately. And then on top of all that, you get Air Surfer versus Mohammad Light on a Saturday. So coming up next, 2 of the top players in the history of the game, 2 top 20 pros right now. Let's go, Air Surfer and Mo Light. Man, I'm pumped for this one.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute blast when you talk about 2 names in the game that you could see as the last 2 players in the entire world fighting for that CRL grand prize money. These are 2 of those guys that are easily in that conversation. Air Surfer from the US, Mohammad Light from Egypt. If you don't know who they are, you haven't been watching, and this is going to be a hell of a best of 3.
And this would be a great run back, because these are the 2 finalists from the Queso Cup, the fall split that we just experienced.
Where Air Surfer won.
Where Air Surfer won. So this is going to be a really great run back of 2 guys who are both playing at the top of their game right now.
Looks like Isan Shadow asking how 3 standing players from each group get selected. So the way that it works is at the end of the 7 rounds, the top 4 players from each group will move on to the Sunday competition, 16 players in total. And the way that it works is after every single game has been played by our over 500 competitors, we'll let Battlefy do its math. We'll go to the standings, and the top 4 players based off of their own win rate and their opponent's win rate will move on to tomorrow. So not the top 3, it'll be the top 4, and that is how it's decided.
And of course, as a reminder, while we are back tomorrow, and make sure you are here for this weekend championship, next weekend, RoyaleMSTRS takes a break while the Clash Royale League Last Chance Qualifier comes in, where you will see a lot of the top 56 players in the world try to battle their way for the final 8 spots at Clash Royale League World Finals this December. But then RoyaleMSTRS is back the weekend after, so 2 weeks from now, RoyaleMSTRS is back with the Last Chance Qualifier that you can play in. So if you haven't made it into the RoyaleMSTRS yet, if you think you can do well enough to leapfrog people and make it into that championship weekend, make sure you come back and play next 2 weeks from now. If you do command Discord in the chat, you can find all the information to register right there.
Yeah, and someone asking, so what, you can't make it? No, you cannot make it anymore today, but you can still join that LCQ in a couple weeks, and you can still make it on through to the finals here. So yeah, like Rich said, go follow on Twitter, go to join the Discord, figure out how to join, and usually by the end of our day, by the end of our broadcast on Sunday, there are signups ready for the following week. Obviously, because we're taking time off because of the LCQ, you just got to make sure you got your eyes on the prize. And talking about eyes on the prize, 2 of the best in the world to do it, Rich, Air Surfer and Mo Light. Let's do this, baby.
Let's go. Dude, this is exactly what you want. Rematch of what was a great, I think they ended up playing maybe 9 total games between the winners bracket and then double grand final for Queso Cup on that final day. So here we go. Maybe another 3 games, at least 2, between Mo and Air Surfer. And Air Surfer going quick cycle. You'll just see that from him.
Yeah, and Mo Light looking like he's going to take advantage of that flying machine being incredibly overpowered, and Mother Witch, right? 2 of the strongest cards in the game, most likely with Royal Hogs, and there they are.
No way is Air Surfer going Expo. There's no way he's going Expo against Mo here. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is insanity. I mean, if you want to talk about, maybe Air Surfer's like, maybe he's like, this isn't World Finals, and right now I want to make a statement. Because it feels like right now what he's going for is a statement win over Mohammad Light.
Well, watch the last card be like Electro Giant or something, just to give a swerve, just for fun. But yeah, man, definitely looking a lot like it with the E-Spirit, the Knight, the Tesla, the Archers. This has Expo written all over it, and as you guys can see on the right-hand side of the screen, just kind of going through our leaderboards, as you can see right where we are right now, Mohammad Light and Air Surfer both at 10 and 2. Those are game wins. They're obviously 5 and 0 in sets, picking up 1 win along the way in 2 separate sets. And here we go. Air Surfer just playing nothing but defense right now. Nice.
And trying to go for the King Tower activation and doesn't get it. Oh no, that's a devastating move. The log from Air Surfer. He's going to take so much damage, but he turned that into a King Tower activation somehow. Man, this is the second time we've seen a crazy King Tower activation sequence go wrong and then go right and then go wrong again here at RoyaleMSTRS.
Yeah, it felt like one of those situations where Air Surfer's like, you know what? I am going to activate this King Tower. I don't care if I lose the game. Expo finally comes down, and, you know, if Expo can control this, he doesn't really have to worry too much about getting spells cycled out, because then he can start setting up defensive Expos, then you get one defensive Expo with an offensive one on the board, and you've got yourself in trouble. So Air Surfer in a very interesting spot, does have the King Tower activation, but 764 remaining on the left-hand side.
As I've said many times, at what cost?
Yes.
And the cost there was pretty high. I think he knew that he couldn't hold on to the Royal Hogs, so he tried to go for something, but that Mega Knight not going full to that King Tower, forcing the log out as well. And, man, things are looking real dire here on the left-hand lane.
Yeah, I mean, Skeletons just played one tile to the left. That one Larry sneaks away, goes towards the Royal Hogs instead of going towards the MK. MK gets led towards the Princess Tower, and that's just one of those things where I'm sure Air Surfer doesn't make many mistakes when he plays, but he did just make a massive one here against the best in the world.
5:92 remaining left-hand lane as we go into into sudden death overtime with only a minute 40 left. Sets up the Tesla high here. And, man, it's just like this Air Surfer was never able to I feel like, catch his breath early on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you got that recognition from Mo going, all right, this is probably Expo, so I'm going to cycle my MK at the center and up high here early in single elixir, and that ended up being really difficult for Air Surfer to deal with. Obviously, only having the Knight to tank for that MK with the Royal Hogs behind, you need the DPS somewhere else when the MK stays on the board.
I don't know if there's any way for Air Surfer to create enough offensive pressure here to win this one at this point. I think this is pretty locked down. He would need an Expo connection to do anything significant, and he's not going to get one here.
No way. There's no way that Molite does anything other than just cycle E-Barbs in the back, make sure that he can send in pigs, and have an MK up high if necessary.
Triple elixir, Tesla set up. And, man, it's one of those ones. Look, you want to see Air Surfer play Expo. He's one of the all-time greats to do it. You don't see him do it much anymore. He's such a treat to watch him. And for it to be this matchup and to have gone this way early on, that's a little brutal here, but hats off, of course, to Mo and Julesy.
Back and forth. But once you saw Air Surfer miss that King Tower activation and then massively overspend to not only mitigate damage on Princess Tower, because the last thing you want is to go down 1 tower to 2 with an Expo matchup. So part of it was out of necessity, and then part of it might have just been sheer bullheadedness of going, I'm going to activate this King Tower. Unfortunately for us and those watching at home, there's basically no way to come back from that deficit, especially against Mohammad Light.
Yeah, no, that wasn't going to happen. So now here's the thing to keep in mind. That MK Pigs deck is gone, and Air Surfer could still play Expo again, game number 2. So that's one of those big questions here, right? Does he go and say, I really want to prove this point? And Julesy, from an analysis standpoint, like what is he trying to put Air Surfer on in game number 2 with the entire game still available?
Yeah, that's a great question. If I'm Julesy, Julesy, if you're maybe still here, you can let us know in the chat what you're thinking, obviously, because I think by the time you type it out, we'll probably be hopping into game. But yeah, the whole world is Air Surfer's oyster. I don't think he goes back to Expo, but you know what? I would love if he did. I could see him probably just going something really firmly in the meta, but also there is this thing about Air Surfer where he likes to play variations of decks that are really popular, and he'll swap like 1 or 2 cards out. I've been watching him play this interesting Minor Wall Breakers deck with a little bit more control to it. I believe it has Ice Wizard in there instead of some of those other ranged DPS dealing cards. I can see Air Surfer going with something that is pretty much on meta, but with just a twist of Air Surfer in there.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Clearly he was going for a statement win in game number 1, in my opinion. Maybe there was an analysis here that Air Surfer decided to go with and went, Expo has a good matchup against Mohammad Light. I don't know what that analysis would have been, but still a lot more opportunity here to see what he'll come up with. And we definitely want to see this one go to a game number 3. I think everyone except for Mo and Julesy wants to see this one go to a game number 3, so we'll see if that one does happen. And a lot of people saying, Expo not a great call in this situation, and maybe not. But again, when you're one of the best to ever play it, it's one of those ones that how do you not on occasion?
So going through and kind of catching everyone up as we are getting through round number 6 for all of our groups, just kind of checking in some of our players that are doing well here. Amar, Siak, Payne, Lucas were some of our 5-0 players going into round number 6 in Group C, so kind of checking in on them. Looks like... go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm looking for what Wero's matchup is. Wero has a matchup against Tuvia here in this last round. So Wero undefeated, and Tuvia is one of our 4-1 players. So we'll see if that one is. I remember that Tuvia. I know Tuvia's account is had number 1 for a minute, and then lost it in the last little bit at the end of the ladder season. I forget who Tuvia is. Asaf. That's who it is. So it's Asaf That's a good matchup there. Wero and Asaf is a pretty great matchup. Maybe we'll get a chance to go take a look at that one after we're done here, but might be some good stuff in Group A or Group B as well.
Yeah, some undefeated players from Group C that are going head-to-head are Amar and Siak, and right now it looks like they are kind of in a bit of a stalemate. Siak taking game number 1 as we're going to hop into game number 2 here between Air Surfer and Mohammad Light. Air Surfer dropping game number 1, even though he was playing Expo, and look at that, Rich. Looks like he might be coming right back out with it.
He's doing it. He's such a quiet, Jack, a.k.a. Air Surfer, such a quiet guy when you talk to him. But he's got this fire inside that's really, really spicy.
Yeah.
And this is what you see right here. He goes, dude, and...
Yeah, there it is.
All right. I guess I feel like Julesy and Mo made the same call, which they were like, Air Surfer is probably going to run this back just out of pure spite. And there we go. Mo running some variation of minor EQ. I really love Julesy to pop into the chat here and tell us if that's what he was planning for this game too.
I mean, he has everything he needs already, right? He has a tank on the ground, he has Earthquake, and he has Minor. So he can always get damage on tower, he can always Earthquake cycle those Expos out of play, and he always has the Valkyrie to catch and the Mortar to catch. And yeah, you talk about great matchups. This is a phenomenal one for Mohammad Light once again.
Yeah, Mortar Minor EQ. It's against Minor, not against Expo.
Oh,
so
yeah, so
it's gonna be Minor. It's gonna be probably Rocket Cycle here for Air Surfer.
Yeah,
which makes the math a bit different here. That's for sure.
Definitely. I mean, I think it takes that one big it factor kind of out of the game, which is that Earthquake had so much value.
Yeah.
Now it has exponentially less value. Mortar will be in play here for Mohammad Light and should be very easily controlled by the fact that you can split Skellies, you can send an E-Spirit the opposite lane, and you can still get Minor on tower, and it will still distract the Mortar.
Yeah, this is the one that another one that we know Air Surfer goes to a lot. So very curious to see if Julesy had this one in mind when they got into matchups. Tesla high there on the Mortar. EQ to take the Tesla off, but Mortar will still get chipped down quite a bit, and the Knight, I think, picks up. Yes, it does.
Yeah, and luckily for Air Surfer there, the Knight had just had a couple more steps behind him, or else it would have been splash damage onto the Princess Tower, and Air Surfer, one of the best Minor players in the game as well, and taking that tower down to 1732, Mohammad Light takes the lead right back.
This time Tesla takes full care of that Mortar, 1502 to 1732. Minor goes to the back this time. Spears inside. It's one of those ones where you want to watch and not talk.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's just such a great game of chess here, and it's all going to be based off of these minor chip damage coming in when Mohammad Light can get Earthquakes on top, and it looks like he's right now just going to cycle both. Jack goes to the back, or Air Surfer goes to the back of the tower there. Spirit Goblin's up high and down by about 100 HP.
And that's one of those ones where you talk about a pro move. Air Surfer going Rocket to the Mortar Valk. You know, he knows he needs to get the Mortar off the board, and has a nice little 6 elixir on 8 moment for him. You're in a situation where you're going to be doing a lot of spell cycle damage. The confidence and wherewithal to make that play there and go for minor chip damage. And barring that last EQ, he did have the lead for a moment.
And we see here Mortar actually going to get a lock on tower, and that is a big misstep here by Air Surfer. That's a massive bit of damage that comes in. 742 now to 820. Rocket coming in, EQ cycle plus minor on the opposite side. Air Surfer just needs to get one more minor hit in, or actually he could just go log Rocket, I think.
Mortar going to the right-hand side this time, and does get the pickup on the minor. Minor opposite direction now for Mohammad Light. Log into the right-hand side, EQ down. Rocket trying to beat all that out. Will it get it done? And it does. 106 remaining. We're going to game number 3.
Yeah, and Air Surfer making it look like playing that deck is easy against one of the best in the world. Now, yes, it was a nail-biter of a finish there, but being able to stay in that game, play the way that he did, know when to Rocket Cycle, know when to defend with the Rocket, like we were talking about with that Mortar Valkyrie, that is a good Rocket there. You're talking about 8 for 6, and that Valkyrie becomes so much less intimidating. And the reason that's so important is because Air Surfer needs the Knight to catch the minors, not to deal with the Valkyrie up high. The Valkyrie needs to be distracted. The Knight needs to catch minors.
Yeah, and that's a brilliant way to put that. He had to do it that way, and you nailed it right down the line. But the wherewithal not to be thinking every rocket has to be on Princess Tower too, right? We talked about some of the decision-making from Mo earlier, making plays in the middle of the board, knowing that those plays are going to pay off in the long run, rather than making plays on tower. Same thing here from Air Surfer, making a play in the middle of the board, rather than making a play on tower, and that's the key for him in victory, and setting us what we wanted, a game number 3 between Air Surfer and Mo.
And I think I saw someone in the chat go, what is this placement? Like, what is this placement? I'm assuming they were talking about Mohammad Light, and you just touched on it, Rich, is exactly that. You know, when Air Surfer is playing a deck that is that high cycle, that is all about getting defenses for positive elixir trades so that you can overspend on your offense with rocket cycling, that is a very easy pull for Air Surfer every single time something passes by that Princess Tower, even if it's a Valkyrie, to rocket. So that's why Mohammad Light early on just goes, all right, no, I'm just going to drop everything in the center of the map up high. Yes, it might be a little bit out of sequence for what we're used to, which is starting stuff in the back and then building behind it, but that also keeps that rocket damage off tower and makes your opponent have to pick and choose where rockets go instead of just giving them great opportunities.
Yeah, that was one heck of a matchup there, and more to come. And of course, we're keeping an eye on our matchups in the other groups as well. Wallace taking his round 6 matchup 2-0 over Audrey. So Wallace trying to stay in the hunt for that top 4. He moves to 5-1 overall in match play.
Yeah, we look over in Group D as well. Mini Minter is back on the right track. He's now 5-1 in sets as he finishes round number 6 here for Group D. And also taking a look here at Tuvia versus Wero. And you were saying Tuvia is a soft, is that correct?
That's right. Tuvia is a soft. So you have one of the a really top tier player and in a soft, and that's going to be a great matchup.
And he 2-0s Wero. Second game information just comes in, so Wero finally finds his loss today, and that is a very, very well-played set by Asaf/Tuvia.
That's a great, great win for Asaf, who, again, he's a really, really high-tier player and had a really good shot at making number 1 on ladder. I believe he finished number 2 seasons ago. And, he's one of those guys who, let's see. Latak saying Asaf has 4 top 10 finishes in a row. Popping off, says Latak. The question is, can he turn that into competitive success?
And what's also kind of an interesting thing here is Asaf did find a loss earlier in the day today. So he's actually 5-1, even with that big-time win over Wero. So definitely in the hunt for those top few spots are Wero and Tuvia, currently tied at our first place spot at 5-1, with Tuvia taking the win over Wero in their best of 3.
Isan Shadow in the Twitch chat asking, when is the LCQ? How can I participate? Well, the LCQ is not next weekend, but the weekend after. The LCQ is 2 weeks from now. And Command Discord, I actually added you. I messaged you in the Twitch chat, but I'll say it here on the screen. Use Command Discord. That's where you can find all of the information on the Royale Masters Discord server. And then you can find out how to sign up for that last chance qualifier, which is 2 weeks from now.
Lucas and Alexi caught in a fun best of 3 right now. Alexi 4-1, Lucas obviously 5-0, and right now they're both tied up 1-1 here in their best of 3. Lucas 3 crowns in game 1 with the Lava Miner, not guards deck though, it's Lava Loon with minions and Bomber again, and I'll put that on hold as we hop into game number 3 here. Hog Rider out for Mo early on, Snowball and Hunter as responses from Air Surfer, who still takes a hit there as that Snowball was probably cycled early.
So Air Surfer going super crazy cycle in games 1 and game 2, and then a totally different direction here in game number 3. So it's a Hog EQ variant from Mo, Air Surfer running Hunter GY.
Yeah, and you can see they're very happy or very easy to pull the trigger on that aggressive graveyard, knowing that he was most likely running into Hog Cycle with Hog EQ as the first 2 cards out, which does mean that Graveyard has a pretty decent matchup here. Earthquake as a response, Firecracker as a response. The good thing for Mo is that he does have the Fire Spirit for that nice splash damage.
EQ to the, or Hog to the right-hand side. Fisherman will go for a pretty easy King Tower activation here.
Fisherman starting to show up just a little bit more often in other decks out there. It really felt like for a few weeks there, maybe even almost a whole month, it was only played in Royal Giant decks, and now we're starting to see him in some Ram Rider decks and even right here in the Graveyard. And
Latak with some info in the Twitch chat saying he talked to Asaf. His match loss, Asaf currently 5-1, was a DQ because he thought he was waiting on his opponent to for the match to start, and his opponent was waiting on him apparently, and so he got DQ because he didn't realize who had pressed go.
It's another one of the woes of online competitive play, right? We have them
Yep.
here in the desk with our lag, and you guys have them out there with communication not being in the same room as some of your opponents. Yeah, good job there on that one.
Yeah, right. Stab Gobs in on the left-hand side. You don't see a lot of Stab Goblins. We have seen, we were talking about Ian earlier as a Hog EQ player, we've seen him put Stab Goblins into Hog EQ in favor of Skeletons based on what's been played so far in a dual mode battle. But you don't see them generally in Clash Royale these days.
So nice placement there on the Tesla, going to help out with that MK. Valkyrie up just high enough to get some help with the Skellies and deal with that Mega Knight.
A lot of damage in, though. 13-14 does take the lead for Air Surfer. Mohammad Light has not gone for a King Tower activation against that MK, and it's really tempting because King Tower activation against Mega Knight Graveyard, obviously King Tower against Graveyard is so nice to have, but you spend that elixir on the King Tower activation, the Mega Knight still tanks, and it's actually a great chance to go in for the GY. So good restraint here from Mo. Still not paying off, though, 838 to 1205.
Yeah, Mohammad Light maybe seeing quick flashes of what happened at Queso Cup, as this is a best of 3, and his back is up against the wall, and he's down by 400 HP. And the other tough thing is he has to go in the opposite lane. He cannot go in the weaker of the two towers here for Air Surfer because it'll give him that great counter push, which you never want with Graveyard.
Smart EQ there to stick that cannon cart on the opposite side. Now Stab Goblins in behind. Valk goes high. Still more damage coming in. 522 on that left-hand lane. The lead growing for Air Surfer as we're about 35 seconds in to sudden death.
And a huge spend there on that left-hand side. You see the Mega Knight now coming down easily on the right. Happy to eat a little bit of damage, but then we have a big-time counter push coming in both lanes. And we'll see what Air Surfer wants to do, how he wants to support this push. And he just leaves the MK. Oh, no, there they are. Stabs right behind.
And still, wow, a ton of damage coming in between the Skeletons and the arrows, and the Mega Knight working like crazy on the right-hand side. So trouble in both lanes right now for Mohammad Light. 180 the mark on the left-hand side.
And now Mohammad Light going right into the weaker of the two lanes, and that goes into an MK with a healthy cannon cart, a healthy Mega Knight, and a Fisherman behind. This is tough. Although Valkyrie gets pulled away, Hog Rider going to get on the tower here. And there's the
Fisherman.
Yep,
there's the Fisherman. GG, well played. Air Surfer with a great come-from-behind win. And currently, if you're talking about this last month or so, Air Surfer seems to have Mo's number.
Yeah, and you saw him go out with Expo in game number 1, bit of a cheeky start there, but then in games 2 and 3, kind of going to what he knows best, which is a little bit faster cycle, a little bit more control. You saw him do a great job with Minor Rocket in there, and then game number 3 here, controlling that Hog Rider, not as easy to do as it might seem with some of those cards, but a big, I guess you could call it almost a counter snipe there from Air Surfer, with the Fish Boy being in there along with the MK.
And Julesie's actually calling it that in the chat right now.
Oh,
says great counter snipe by them, haha. So that's the games we're playing here, folks. We're going back and forth, and you have two top-tier players with top-tier squads behind them, and it's going to be a battle not just of thumbs, but also of minds. This time, it's a win here for Air Surfer, so a good run for him against Mohammad Light, and that's got to be a good confidence builder as you're getting ready for those World Finals.
And one of the most difficult things about being in that position for Julesy or whoever is doing the analysis for Air Surfers, it's always about the layers, right? How many layers deep do you go? Well, if they're going to play this, that means I got to counter it with this, but then if they think I'm going to play that, I should play this instead. So it's always about that conversation of how many decks deep did you go in this back and forth game of chess, and this time Air Surfer comes out on top with great responses to Mo there, and not really good places for Mo to play that EQ.
Looking to see what we have if we're getting close to some matchups for round 7 coming soon. Finishing up in round 6, only one undefeated player remains in Group A. That's this Lord Stanley, 22. He's the only undefeated player left. So we'll see if he's able to keep on going. We're going to see if we can get a hold of some more gameplay here for you in a minute as we look at the remainder of our groups.
Yeah, and looks like, I think it sounded like we were going to try to go see a game between Lord Stanley and Bag. We'll see if that does happen or not as we go take a look at Group B. Air Surfer, the only undefeated player remaining in Group B at 6-0. And here we go. Here's our leaderboard. That guy that we're talking about right now, Lord Stanley, 12-3. Vinicius right behind him. We've been saying those names quite a bit today, but we haven't seen them play. And then not too far behind them is Ian, our weekly champion from last week at 9-2 there in 6th place.
Ian has a chance. He's 5-1. The big question is who he gets matched up with in this next one, right? He would love to get matched up with someone above him potentially and jump his way into those top 4 spots. So we'll see who Ian gets matched up with for this one. 9-2, not quite there yet. 5-1 overall in matches. So we'll see if we can do it here in Group B. Currently, if we stopped right now, your qualifiers for tomorrow would be Air Surfer, Neverable, Mo, and Prezes. But of course, we do have some more gameplay left to go through, and a lot of players who would love to take one of those top 4 spots.
Yeah, and checking out Group C here, as it looks like they are just about to finish up their round number 6, getting that bracket set for round 7. Yes, there it is. Seahawk and Payne Lucas, the only 2 undefeated players still here out of Group C, both 6-0 in their sets, and hopefully we will get that matchup. Yes, we will. It is the 19th tier there on the list for Group C, and that would be a really fun one for us to catch if we're not too busy already. Seahawk and Payne Lucas here in Group C, the 2 undefeated players. We take a look at our 4th and final group, Group D, as they're just rounding out round number 6. Awesome MK still at the top, 6-0. Wero, Hasael, and Asaf all right behind.
And here we go, taking a look at that Group D, and one name to point out here is Bruzani, or Bruzani. Brew is in there, another American player, and currently in the top 4, and he's had some good runs in CRL as well, so we'll see if he's able to go ahead and get things done as we go into a great, but I believe this is the round 7 match in Group A, Bag and Lord Stan.
Yeah, and you can see here Lord Stan going out with some fun bait already. Skeleton Barrel maybe coming back into the meta. We've seen it twice today already. Seen it very little in this competition otherwise.
And a win here from Bag. So Bag comes into this ranked 11th in the group. But he is up against the best win rate in the group overall, though, in Lord Stan. So the question is a win against him going to be enough to move him into the top 4?
And Bag goes out with a defensive screen.
And Hodgepodge of Cards is actually the name of Bag's book that he has coming out soon. It's his memoir about his Clash Royale career.
So we see here Bag running what's never been done, at least to my eyes, which is Goblin Drill plus Ram Rider, and trying to make that combo work out right now is Bag, sending in this Ram Rider to the right-hand side.
The Inferno Tower certainly making that a bit more difficult. Not much damage either way, though. 23-42. The number on Lord Stan's top left tower, bottom right, 23-94. So far, just a bit of chip-chip both directions.
That Inferno Tower getting good value on that Ram Rider, but that value is going to diminish a little bit as we get into double elixir.
Princess not getting touched. This is the curious thing about this matchup here for Lord Stan, is how much can he abuse that Princess? I don't know what Bag's doing spell-wise. If you're trying to pick a spell for Bag, I mean, you might as well try to pick a day where a comet might hit the Earth again, right? You just have no idea what that last card's going to be with him. So that Princess could be an absolute nightmare, and it is a lightning.
Wow, it is a lightning, so that's great for Bag here. Ram Rider not going to get a connection because of that delivery plus night combo, but that spells a lot of trouble here for Lord Stanley, and as we move throughout this game, as we're about to get into overtime, that lightning could be devastating.
Yeah, the big question is, when can Bag find a time to use that lightning when the Inferno Tower is down? You don't love using it, and you can see why he's been letting that Princess stay on the board as long as he has, because that's not a great trade for you. Maybe when you get the triple, you might make it once, but overall, he'd love to find a time where you can build up a Ram Rider push with that lightning and get business taken care of.
And this is something that Stanley has to really going to take advantage of over this next minute 55 if he can, is he really needs to start stacking these troops in the Princess and the Dark Goblin, because Bag just doesn't have the proper spell response. So you see him having to defend these barrels in a very awkward way. And Stanley not putting those offenses together the way he needs to, so that Bag is missing some of the bait and not being able to defend.
That lightning, you know, lightning's one of the most deceptive spells. It got the Inferno Tower and the Dark Goblin in the far opposite lane and made the Ram Rider connect on the left-hand side. Wow. That was a great lightning out of Bag to take the lead now, 1308 to 1850.
Yeah, even though Lightning is not used a whole lot in the current meta right now, the range on that card is still absolutely devastating. And now we see Stanley doing what we were just talking about. 2 princesses on the board, Dark Goblin on the board. Barrel goes in up high with the Skellies, Barrel goes down low with the Goblins.
Wow, really, really great, great ability to make a decision there for Bag not to play the Barrel on the Skelly, instead go with the Archers. He does eat some significant damage, but still has a lead right now. But Lord Stan is just putting these double bait pushes in heavy right now. Has to make sure he controls these Dark Goblins high.
Yep, and this is, once again, just uncomfortable defenses here coming out of Bag. He's playing through this matchup really, really well, all things considered, but it does feel like it's starting to slip through his fingers, starting to slip out of his grasp.
Drill in, Lightning on that left-hand side. 927 now down to 831. Dark Prince does not take care of the Princess on the right-hand lane. And now Goblin Barrel. This is actually going to work out nicely for Bag here. He should have that one covered. And here we go. Final 20 seconds, 7:35 to a whole lot of bait.
Yeah, and you know, the bait push coming in here on the right-hand side. Drill has to be used defensively again. I don't believe he's back around to a Barrel, so he gets Archers down on the back side. And that is a big connection there. That's going to do it, Rich. That is going to do it. Skellies pile up with the Goblins on top. Lightning comes in, but the Barrel will drop.
Unbelievable. Bag able to go back and take the lead in the final seconds, but just enough gets in from Lord Stan to take game number 1. And man, I'll tell you right now, Andrew, I cannot remember a boring game I've cast of Bag.
Yeah, yes, man, that is so freaking true, because what's so great about these decks and Bag's skill level is these decks being played by you or me would not be fun to watch. But what's so cool about Bag playing them is that he is such a master at recognizing his opponent's cycle that he can make them always just kind of play out of sorts. That's what we talked about a lot last time we were talking about Bag's matches. We're going to repeat it every single time, is because he puts together these really weird decks, but one card will demand a response that you definitely need for another card. It's like the idea behind log bait, but instead it's just Bag bait, I guess.
Bag bait. Bag bait. Yeah, I feel like there's got to be some other word for Bag that also somehow means bait as well. So I don't know. We'll go ahead and figure it out, and he'll make a 17th account that's some different version of a Bag here. But right now, it's game number 1 for Lord Stan. Lord Stan, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if Attack is still in the chat or if Julesie's still in the chat. But if anyone has any idea who Lord Stan is, I'll have to look him up on Royale API. I don't know who he is, but he's playing some great Clash Royale today.
Air Surfer at 6-0 for Group B is going to be facing off against Wallace. He's already down 1 game against Wallace, who's representing Tribe. 1-0 there. Wallace does have 1 set loss, though, whereas Air Surfer is undefeated. So this could be a huge moment for Wallace to maybe make it on through to our top 4. Here we go. Game number 2. Stanley on the top of your screen. Bag at the bottom. Bag down 1 game to what looks like some mortar bait.
And Latak saying he does know him. He's Costa Rican. Found him on Royale API. 81-62 personal best, so an 8K player. No shame there. Not much in the way of CRL points. My guess maybe wasn't old enough for CRL at the time. Who knows?
And looking like that popular mortar deck will come out here from Stanley with Minion Horde and Gang. And as quickly as I said that, maybe looking a little bit different.
A 6-man split goes 4 to the left, 2 to the right, cannon cart behind, and that's going to be a lot of traffic here at that left-hand bridge.
Looks like Serious Original says Lord Stanley is a Costa Rican player, currently a free agent at the moment as well for those willing to recruit him. There you go. So he's got his manager here in the chat, apparently.
Hey, you know what? If he's promoting you like that everywhere, get him in.
Yeah, that's right.
And we got a result report from the, oh boy. Oh boy.
Bag already calling good game, 398 remaining on that tower, and going up against this Royal Hogs mortar deck with a lot of great single target DPS when you talk about that Muskie, and of course that Valkyrie to help clean up the Fish Boy, and more importantly, the 6-man.
And Lord Stan is going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the melodies for this final minute 10. We'll see if Bag has any more luck left. Maybe has a horseshoe or rabbit's foot somewhere around him, but right now it's feeling pretty dire.
It's always incredibly demoralizing when you're playing against a Siege player and then everything goes silent for a moment and then they just set up their building defensively because they know they've already won the game, and that's exactly what you have to do 100% of the time when you're in the situation that Stanley is in. Just defend, 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 and then spell cycle or minor cycle, which obviously is not an option with the deck that he's running. Way more damage, though, than he would have liked there coming in from Bag.
And if that cannon cart had sit on its wheels, that could have been a devastating turn here in favor of Bag. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't. He does have elixir advantage on the board here, and Lord Stan does have to still spend on that left-hand side. So this exchange, if Bag can get a graveyard in here quickly, and he's going to have to just send on graveyard.
Yep,
there he goes. This has to win in the game right now, or it's going to be GG. The defensive EQ, smart play by Lord Stan.
Yep.
Very, very smart play. He can log this one out to finish. GG, well played. Lord Stan goes undefeated through, is that through 6 or through 7? That's through 7, right?
Yeah, he has played
Wow.
very, very well, and you talk about some of the people that he's beat along the way. Very impressive stuff here. He will definitely be joining us tomorrow for our competition as he is the champion of Group A. And looking through the rest of these groups that are almost finished. Group D now finally starting round number 7. Going to look for some good matchups there for you guys. We got Tuvia and Bruzani. That could be a really fun one there.
We got a lot of good ones coming up here, but for the moment, the only player who's currently still undefeated, guaranteed, Lord Stan. Just one more in the chat. Give it up to him, man. That's in this competition, very, very difficult. Didn't have it easy. And we'll be seeing him tomorrow for sure.
And it's always really, really great when you take out some big names along the way, right? Then there can't be people out there being naysayers to you. And Lord Stan doing just that, especially here in the 7th round, taking down Bag, who Bag was playing really well, but will not be making it into our top 4. We're going to give it just a moment here as Group A settles, but it looks like it should be Lord Stanley and Vinicius, Gamer, and Mod Robot. But still time to be told here as we hop into Siak versus Lucas. This should be a fun one.
Yeah, this is a really curious one. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to double check to make sure that I have everything right on the records here. Those are the last 2 undefeated players, so one of these 2 will be undefeated here. Right now it's COK or I think it's COK or Siak. I'm not entirely sure which.
Yeah, we saw, or I should say, I saw Siak earlier this week. The only reason I know how to pronounce his name correctly now is because I watched an interview with him, whereas I was calling him COK for a very long time. Another player out of Turkey that did qualify for the international group stage of Game Stars, but was just eliminated earlier this week. So maybe looking to get back on that track here against, number 2 player in the world. Why not?
Does have the game win in hand, though, so a little bit of stress, not worried for Siak. Of course, currently it's 2 Turkish players on the top of this group, and him and Furkan, so they would love to be able to take 1 and 2 here. Lucas has something different to say about that. A loss here for either player, though, could knock them out of the top 4, so this is going to be a really tight one for either player.
Get that graveyard in early here to get those skeletons to tank for the cannon cart, and it works out really well. Cannon cart on the tower on the left-hand side.
Oh, boy.
Poison comes in defensively, and units up high. The bar barrel was there, but just a great job there by Lucas, using the skeletons to tank for the cannon cart, which is, why not? You can swap that one anytime. Cannon taking for skellies and vice versa. Both of them incredibly powerful.
Well, it's that same idea of Muskie Graveyard for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Where a lot of the time the graveyard was the tank for the Musketeer. So same concept, works out great, and that's a GG well played. Game number 3 coming soon between Lucas and Siak.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to take a look over here. I believe this is Group C. Is that right? Yes, it is. Here we go. So we can hop into game number 1 to take a look at what Siak won with. Siak won with a Royal Hogs deck with Goblin Cage, Log, Fireball, Mother Witch, and Cannon Cards. So maybe Lucas tries to go something a little bit baity in game number 3. And as you saw right there at game number 2, those are the 2 decks at hand. Lucas cannot repeat any of those cards. And obviously Siak can, so Lucas will not be playing Graveyard. I would actually kind of love to see him go to something baity.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting choice there. Man, I'm trying to look at all these. There's so many matches that I want to see here at the end. Luckily, Group D is a bit behind, so we can go ahead and jump on some of those there as well. And guys, I see a lot of let's call it spirited discussion in the chat right now. Well, guess what? You can solve all of these problems by registering for the Last Chance Qualifier 2 weeks from now. Command Discord. I'm going to do that right now in the chat. Command Discord. And whatever you're saying here, whatever you go, oh, this deck is awesome. This card is toxic. I would clap you. I would clap you. Well, guess what? You can decide it all next weekend. Put your money where your mouth is, as they say. Sign up, and let's see if you are as good as you think you are.
Yeah, you know what? That was a very good way to handle it, because this has been a very passionate chat. And, yeah, go sign up for our LCQ here in a couple weeks. Put your money where your mouth is. CMG Lucas, bottom of your screen, looking like he might be going to something baity. Could make me feel good, and yes, he does. Look at that. Still got it.
You know, Andrew, every once in a while you do something that really astounds me. Normally it's with your hair, but this time it was with the predictions.
And talking about predictions, that bar barrel coming in to clean up misses one of those goblins. And, you know, I saw this the other day when I was casting for Game Stars, is someone was playing log bait and they were going up against bar barrel and they never sent one tricky barrel. Why? Why not? If you're playing against bar barrel, always offset it so that you can look for that one goblin to get a stab in. It's just something that you have to do.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's, you know, maybe you have a rhythm that you're used to playing in. You know, people get stuck in. My friend Ed Greer used to always say about, he would see this a lot when we were watching fights, was every once in a while you just get stuck in loser rhythm, where you just keep doing the same thing over and over again because your brain can't set, like, you know, and you know somewhere in the back of your head what you should do, but when the moment comes, you panic and do the thing that you do regularly over and over again. It's hard to overcome that sometimes.
Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the reasons why earlier in one of our sets you pointed out how it was really smart wherewithal to not play that barrel when he was trying to defend. It might have actually even just been in the last one we were talking about with Bag. But yeah, that's I think the number one in the game, since log bait is always such a popular thing, Goblin Barrel is such an appetizing card, is playing, and there you go, there's that barrel we're looking for, is playing a log or a barbarian barrel on top of anything other than a goblin barrel, because you're starting to get overwhelmed.
So here we go, first 2 minutes away, sudden death or double elixir about to happen, but so far it's just been chip here, touch there, nothing serious either direction. Inferno Tower should be a pretty major factor in this one.
Definitely. I mean, the ability to deal with this MK, pull that Ram Rider in, no way to reset the Inferno, which is really, really important. And look at that, just sizzle and burn, so easy to deal with. Ram Rider going to go off right before she gets a touch on that tower, and that's great defense by Lucas.
And an early poison here out of Lucas, the pre-poison on this drop. I don't know if it gets what he wants out of it, but still a decent amount of damage. I think he was trying to hope that a little bit of extra damage from some of the troop push would also maybe get the Ewas out of the way or something else out of the way. But either way, lead now goes to Lucas as we are about 12 seconds away from sudden death.
And a nice triple bait push here. Goblins to the back, barrel up high, and that MK actually makes this an easy cleanup.
I feel like there's a, you know, something in the back parody of Old Town Road that could have been done a year and a half ago. Use someone out there, one of you in Twitch, you write it.
Make us an Old Town Road version for Clash Royale, please.
Yep. Minute 40 remaining here in sudden death. 883 on the right-hand side. It's been all Lucas all the way so far. Inferno Tower's been the MVP.
Yeah, and I guess I just saw someone in the chat, Kaiser Soze, no way to reset Inferno, ... Ewas, what am I, a joke to you? Well, I guess if you want me to really break it down, if Lucas allows that Ewas to get on top of the Inferno Tower that is sizzling the MK, that would just be beyond me, because there are so many cards that can kind of get in the way and distract the Ewas with the Skarmy, with the Skelly Barrel, even with the delivery. There's just no way.
Yeah, if Lucas played that Inferno Tower that high, I would go and hit up Lucas and be like, dude, who stole your phone?
Yeah.
And that's going to be, yeah, not quite, but oh, this is a pretty big push here. Now, can he play the E-Wiz on top of the Inferno Tower on the other side of the board? No, he can't? All right, so I think that solves that problem.
And Ram Rider pulled in once again. Will go to the Inferno this time, but Poison is in for Lucas, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do, right? That's what's so cool about this format. I think that's one of the reasons you and I like it so much, is obviously it doesn't have pre-submitted decks, so you have to make these adjustments on the fly, which is where that brain and your analyst brain have to work in overtime in between games 1 and 2, games 2 and 3, and you see right there, Lucas just going to town with a phenomenal matchup.
Yeah, really, really nice work there for Lucas overall. And what else would you expect from the current number 2 in the world with a fairly strong claim for being considered number 1? So GG for Lucas. And we'll go take a look at I think we'll get the standings for that group here in just a moment, so we can see how this one will play out. But still a lot of Clash Royale, a lot of groups still being decided all across the board.
Yeah, taking a look here at Group B, Air Surfer and Mohammad Light still at the top of this. Air Surfer obviously 7-0 now after beating Tribe Wallace 2-1. So that's a great win there for Air Surfer. He will be in our finals, and I think if we hit our standings here for Group B, it's got to be pretty close to what we're going to see. Right now, Air Surfer, tentatively, this is our Group B 4 finalists, is Air Surfer, Mohammad Light, UR, Lord Cass, and Assad. So we've seen 3 of those players play today. I haven't seen Lord Cass yet, but he is 6-1 on the day with a win rate of 75%, and we are getting note of our next game here. It's going to be between Awesome MK, one of the pros out there in the world whose favorite card is the MK, and of course Mini Minter, a CRL vet.
And Awesome is undefeated in that group for the moment. He's the only one still undefeated, so this one has some pretty big implications for either the first seed or for, of course, everyone battling it out for spots 2, 3, and 4. So we'll see. I don't know if Mini Minter's in a place at spot at 12th right now. If he can leapfrog, he would need some bad results for some of the other players there in those top few spots. Right now in Group D, it's Awesome MK, Wero, Tuvia, a.k.a. Asaf, and Hasiel. That's the top 4 right now, and we'll try to get you some information on how some of those ones match up. Asaf currently 1-1 with Bruzani, so we'll see who comes out on top, whether it's the American or the Israeli in that matchup.
So game number 3 here between Mini Minter and Awesome MK from Egypt. He's got an 8.5k personal best. He's currently ranked 76th in the world, and he's going with this double spawner, double witch deck that I saw someone run earlier. A fascinating deck here as it takes that balloon drop, and it's just so much about this deck that I hate, Rich.
Well, I don't know whether it's all the spawners or all the witches or all the slowing down the game or all the big pile of stuff you see right here.
Wow.
There's just so much to hate about this deck.
And look at that. I mean, Mini Minter holds on for dear life. He gets a fireball in at, honestly, the last possible second, and then he just has to laugh because even with that last second fireball that cleaned up like 30 elixir, there was still 20 more elixir behind it.
Yeah, and I think Mini's saving up here, going to try to get a push to salvage. If he can get a tower down, that does make things challenging, makes things interesting, but 2 buildings, the double witch, and, who else? I guess I'm assuming the Mega Knight in there for Awesome MK as well, we'll see. Or how about a 3rd witch? Why not run Night Witch? Why not do spawner, double spawner, triple witch? You know what I mean? Go all in.
And I shouted out Sirius Original earlier, just kind of making a joke about him being Lord Stanley's manager, but it turns out he is actually Lord Cass's manager. So check him out if you can. You can now call it promotion. Well, cool, man. Congratulations to you and to your competitor today for having a great day. And
that's going to be tower down on the right-hand side. Has to protect this King Tower.
Yeah.
But this is wow, an interesting situation here.
Pekka comes down here for Awesome MK, going up for that aggressive King Tower push, and we'll see how much he's going to be able to support this with the Witch behind. Felt like a little over-aggressive with the Pekka up high. So much elixir spent that is so easy to manage with things like guards and minions. But keeping the pressure up with this Witch. I mean,
wow. The Mini Minter goes lava the second that cannon cart comes down. Able to hold on here. He has to stop every piece of damage. He cannot let that come in, and it does only 1. But man, that Witch is just staying on the board forever. Finally, a decent counter push coming in. And if Mini Minter wins this after all of that, it will be absolute pandemonium.
It's crazy to see how much value this regular Witch was getting, at least in parts of this matchup. And look at that. Misses the fireball. Balloon doesn't get the hit, but the lava pups are there. Now a high Inferno, and Awesome is hitting the panic button. Rich, he's going to lose this game.
No way!
Wow.
No way! Mini Minter takes the game from Awesome MK. Was that game 2 or is that game? That's match winner.
Game 3. That's the win right there. And I'm telling you, man, I really do think that high Pekka was just an overspend, because that high Pekka was an overspend that kind of went to nowhere, but then he doubled down on it by putting the Witch behind. He just needed to set up a push in the back once again and just work down that lane. Getting way too ahead of himself is Awesome MK.
Yeah, and I'm curious about what kind of impact this has on the standings here. Awesome, and so Mini Minter jumps to 4th.
Wow.
Awesome MK falls to 3rd, and we still have some matchups to go. So what I don't know, what I'm very curious about, let me see if I can figure out what the matchup here. Bruzani and Asaf, if we can jump into the end of that game 3, that one actually is huge here. I don't think that Bruzani can jump high enough to take that one, and here we go. We are into it. Brew and Asaf both 5-1. Asaf currently at 5th place, so a win here could potentially bump him up above somebody, maybe above Mini.
So Magic Archer's out in both directions here as we see Brew going with a bridge spam Ram Rider version that was becoming very popular actually a couple months ago and now has still kind of found its way back into our current meta. And on the other side of it, Asaf maybe going back to drill. It's something that's shown up a few times today that maybe a little stronger than a lot of people are giving it credit for.
Well, going Magic Archer drill, which is the really interesting thing here, right? This is a variation of the deck that I played a couple seasons ago. It was a great deck, but it felt like the Bomb Tower Knight version wasn't as strong, but man, doing a great job with it.
Man, that was a beautiful poison by Asaf with a NATO combination. Yep. That's not a very orthodox defense when you talk about spending 7 elixir on a poison plus NATO, but that was about as perfect as it can get. And someone in the chat here saying that Asaf is just nuts with the drill. And yeah, you can see that already. 948 remaining on that right-hand tower and just doing a great job with his poison work.
I'm going to call you out on this one, Andrew. Someone, that's Seeks, who just said Asaf of the Seeks.
Oh my
no
god, that is
deck,
Seeks!
Which is hilarious. And yeah, Asaf is nuts with it, and Seeks, good to see you.
Yeah, great
Former
to see you,
pro or semi-pro hockey player. And also, I don't remember if he was playing pro or semi-pro, but playing high-level hockey and also making one of the most notorious decks of 2018.
Yeah, the Siegs deck, still one of my favorite decks to talk about. And honestly, I used to love watching Siegs stream, so great to see you in the chat, man. It's been way too long, and
that Ram Rider nearly sniffed that tower, didn't get it done. So Asaf here, no, he's going to get it. Okay, Asaf's going to get the win here, and I believe that will be enough to jump him over Mini Minter. We'll see. It all comes down to opponent win rate at this point.
Crazy stuff here. So groups A and B should be completely sewn up. We should have our standings, and it looks like we do for Group A. Lord Stanley, Vinicius, Legend Gamer, and Ian. Ian actually squeezes up into that 4th place spot, it looks like. So our weekly champion from last week, week 2, will be back in our playoffs tomorrow. And looking at Group B, Air Surfer, Neverable, Mohammad Light, and Assad, a stacked group there coming out of Group B.
Yeah, that group is crazy. You go on to Group C, and I believe we have all our results in. So Group C looking like it's going to be Lucas, who went 7-0 in match play, Siok, Firkin, and BBB8, who I don't know BBB8, but Firkin and Siok, Turkey on the map here in Group C.
And if we hit refresh here on Group D, this is a tentative top 4. What a crazy top 6 in Group D. Bruzani, 6th place. 5th place, Mini Minter. 4th place, Awesome MK. 3rd, Hasael. 2nd, Asaf. And 1st place is Wero. We are going to wait for those things to get completely solidified, but it does look like we have a pretty good look at our top 16. And I got to tell you, man, we have a lot of some of the best players in the world in this top 16.
Yeah, this is really, really crazy. I don't know if we're going to have a graphic that shows all the players who qualify for tomorrow come at the end of the show, but when you see them all on screen at the same time, it's kind of awe-inspiring, the level of gameplay. And you think of the guys who just barely missed it, right? The guys who just came outside of those top 4s, especially here in Group D with Mini Minter and Brew. Man, you have some real talent all across the board.
And we got to give a little bit of love to some observational talent flexed by Turbo Ian, who said, "Are you going to change your sunglasses every match?" I think he was the only person that actually noticed it going on in the chat other than us here at production. And you pulled one over on us, Rich. Well done.
Not every match, but you know, when you got the drip, you got to drip, dude. You know what I mean? So every once in a while, you gotta bust it out.
So our top 16. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I did move the new ones. I don't get new ones as much as I used to, but I did get these new ones from they're from the Denver Zoo, and they are called Bringing Silverback Like a Gorilla. Yeah, and there you go. That's the new flex right there.
So just waiting on the last few moments here for our top 16 to get locked into place. And if you don't know what we're talking about, for the last 2 weeks and for 2 more weeks moving forward, we're going to take 1 week off, but we have our LCQ. But 2 days of competition here for Royale Masters, and Saturday is this open qualifier that you saw. Over 500 competitors came out today to get narrowed down to 16. Tomorrow, those 16 will be back, the top 4 from every single group, battling for the lion's share of $5,000. It's a single elimination bracket, though, so someone that went perfect on the day, like who we were talking about, Lord Stanley, could lose in game or set number 1 and be eliminated. It's no holds barred on Sunday to win that cash prize.
I mean, you talk about how much can stand on just individual moments, right? So tomorrow, no matter how you did today, it's a single elimination bracket.
Yep.
The LCQ for CRL next weekend, it's single elimination. You got to win. You just win 2 BO3s, you're in. You lose either of those BO3s, you're out. So you got to wonder about like the level of pressure that it takes, the focus to get through those pressure moments when you start getting a single elimination competition. Man, it can be very stressful, but that's why these guys are here. And
that's another reason why, you heard us talk so much about analysts. You heard us talking to Julesy, kind of speculating about deck matchups. That's why analysts do need to get paid those big bucks from the competitors, is because when you go into single elimination matches, single elimination tournaments, and you have a bad matchup in game number 1, you're already almost eliminated, right? That is how important an analyst is, and that's why when you look at what we're doing here at Royale Masters, what we're doing at GameStars, what we're doing at CRL, the top of the top, single elimination, it's still all over the place. You got to be careful.
We're working to get our final results in here in just a moment. And, we've talked a lot about a lot of these players who are in CRL, whether they're in the last chance qualifiers or in the overall, in that final. And of course, we've talked about Ian a whole bunch. We've talked about Mo, Air Surfer, and Lucas, who are all already qualified for it. But one guy we haven't talked about a lot, we didn't see him play today, and this was my sleeper pick to qualify for World Finals. Back in April, I made this call, and very quietly, he is in the top 24 qualify for World Finals. That's Furkan, who we'll see back here again tomorrow. Furkan's a really good player who quietly does well consistently. He's not a guy who gets talked about a whole lot, but a guy who's just consistently good, and we'll see some more of him tomorrow in this bracket format.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you watch any of the top players in the world, whether it's them streaming or on their VODs or their content they created, you will see Furkan in those matchups at least once or twice a week. He's always there. He's always pushing top ladder. He's always pushing grand challenges. And another guy out there that we were talking about at the beginning of the day in Wallace from Tribe, just never really being able to piece things together. He's always, I think, found a couple losses. I think last weekend he did make it into the first round. No. He was just outside of our top 16 last weekend as well. So Wallace, a guy that continues to perform well, just not able to make it into this top 16. And, when we talk about the names that are in here, this is some heavy hitters. It's not like Wallace doesn't deserve to be there, but he just can't seem to make the cut here at Royale Masters.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine with his 19th finish for CRL, Royale Masters. He would love to add that to his list, of course, but he definitely has some pretty big fish to fry. But, in tomorrow, we have 4 players who let's see, is it 4 or 3 players? We have Mo. Let's go check out the leaderboards. Yeah. We have Mo Light, Lucas, and Furkan, and Air Surfer. So we have 4 players who are CRL World Finals qualifiers who will be seen again tomorrow.
Here we go. This is our leaderboard from Group A. So those spots 1 through 4 are the players that we'll see Lord Stanley in. Most that he's probably heard his name on a Clash broadcast in a while. Vinicius here, Legend Gamer, and Ian just barely hanging on to that 4th place spot here for Group A. Those are the 4 you'll see from Group A. Let's go on to Group B.
In that Group B leaderboard, Air Surfer, Neverable, Mo Light, and Assad will be the top 4. And, of course, 2 of those guys are already qualified for Clash Royale League World Finals. We'll see a bit of a preview here. Maybe, just maybe, if they'll probably be in different brackets, we can get a rematch once again of Air Surfer and Mohammad Light.
Yeah, never could get enough of that matchup as we hop over to Group C, another stacked group of people. You see Lucas there, the consensus number 2 player in the world and arguable number 1. Siak right behind him. Furkan, as you were just talking about, and BB8, not to be confused with BB8 from the Star Wars franchise. I don't believe he has time to compete in Clash Royale. But those are the top 4 from Group C, and our final 4 from Group D that we'll be playing tomorrow.
Wero, Asaf, Hasiel, and Awesome MK. Again, what a great group overall. You know, you have some really talented players who, none of these guys, I guess, you know, Wero has #1 finishes on ladder. Asaf has been very, very close. Hostiles had some great moments, but none of them have translated that into top level success in competitive. They've been close, but they're waiting for that moment. This could be that big kickoff for any of these players.
Definitely, and while Royale Masters is a little bit newer to the competitive scene, considering this is the inaugural season here in this competition, when you talk about the level of competition, that immediately sends this through the roof and makes this a premier matchup when you talk about the names here that are involved. These are all 16 of your players, group A, B, C, and D, and their positions here. If you're a fan of any of these 16 guys, we recommend you be back tomorrow. And even if you're not, come back for some great Clash Royale action.
And you know what's crazy is, you know, you talk about opportunities for some of these players. Almost half of these players who were in here are either CRL World Final qualifiers or LCQ qualifiers. So, you know, great warm-up here for them as well, but also great opportunities for those other players to put a feather in their cap, to take some big-time games and maybe some big-time money off of some of the top 50 players in the world. So that's why I love events like this, and that's why you at home, if you want to get in, you have one more chance. You have a last chance. 2 weeks from today, the last chance qualifier takes place, same place. Command Discord in the Twitch chat. Go ahead and follow Royale Masters on Twitter. You can find ways to get one more shot at being here for that $10,000 finale.
$5,000 given away every single weekend. Nothing given away for the LCQ, as you are playing to get into those finals where there is going to be $10,000 on the line. We're giving away $5,000 tomorrow, $10,000 for those finals. Make sure you do not miss them. Follow us on all social media platforms, Twitter, most importantly. Go over to Discord, and then if you're here on Twitch or YouTube, make sure you're following along and your notifications are turned on. That way, in case you forget, because it's a couple weeks away, you will be notified when we go live. And by we, I mean, I believe it'll be Rich and Eric, as this is actually the end of my run tomorrow with Royale Masters. So I'm excited to be back tomorrow. We'll talk about that. I'll say my real goodbyes in about 24 hours.
We'll see you tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central, where I am back here for the culmination of this weekend. Top 16, down to 1 champion. For everyone here at Royale Masters, for my good friend Andrew Guy, I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you back here for that championship.
She was in love with a boy, in love with a girl, so in love with the world, so beautiful. She was in love with the night, the way the sun shines. All she needed was light to have to hold, and nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, and everybody wondered will she ever know the feeling of tears? All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back back up again, 'cause